Good evening, dear listener. Tonight's tale unfolds not with the crash of bronze against bronze, nor with the screams of dying warriors, but with something far more deceptively simple, an apple. Golden, gleaming, and seemingly innocent. Yet this single piece of divine fruit would set in motion a chain of events that would echo through 10 long years of war, through countless generations of storytellers, and into the very foundations of Western literature itself. We are about to drift into a world where the boundary between mortal and divine was as thin as morning mist, where kings made oaths that bound their souls, where a single moment of wounded pride could reshape the fate of nations. This is not the Greece of marble columns and philosophical schools. That Greece lay centuries in the future. This is the Greece of the heroic age, when bronze was the king of metals, when chariots thundered across dusty plains, and when the gods themselves walked among mortals, meddling in affairs both great and small. If stories like this bring you peace in the quiet hours, if they help your mind settle into the rhythm of sleep, then you are welcome here. The tale we're about to unfold has been told for nearly 3,000 years, passed from singer to singer, from scroll to scroll, from ancient amphitheatre to modern screen. It endures because it speaks to something eternal in the human experience, the way love can become obsession, the way pride can become destruction, and the way even the mightiest can fall. So settle yourself comfortably, dear listener. Let the modern world with all its urgencies fade into the background. We are about to embark on a journey to a time when heroes cast shadows longer than their bodies, when prophecies carried the weight of destiny, and when the very gods could be moved to tears by mortal suffering. The story begins, as the greatest stories often do, with a celebration. Picture, if you will, a wedding that defies mortal imagination, not the simple exchange of vows in a village temple, nor even the grand ceremony of earthly royalty, but a divine wedding that brings together the celestial and terrestrial realms in a celebration that will be remembered for eternity, though perhaps not for the reasons its hosts intended. The groom was Peleus, a mortal king of the Myrmidons, a man of proven courage and noble bearing, though certainly one who had never imagined he would find himself bound to a goddess. The bride was Thetis, a sea nymph of extraordinary beauty and even more extraordinary power. She could calm storms with a gesture, transform herself into any creature of the deep, and, as those who tried to court her discovered to their dismay, she could also become a raging lioness, a writhing serpent, or a cascade of seawater when the mood struck her. The marriage was not born of romance, at least not in the conventional sense. Zeus himself, king of the gods, had once desired Thetis. So had his brother Poseidon, lord of the seas. But Prometheus, the far-seeing Titan, had revealed a prophecy that chilled the divine blood in their veins. Any son born to Thetis would grow to be mightier than his father. The gods, whose grip on power was always more precarious than mortals imagined, decided that such a risk could not be tolerated. If Thetis must bear a son, let it be to a mortal, whose offspring could threaten no divine throne. And so Peleus found himself chosen, whether he considered it a blessing or a curse, the myths do not say. Perhaps both. The wedding itself was a spectacle beyond mortal comprehension. The guest list read like a roll call of Olympus. Zeus with his thunderbolt crown, Hera in all her queenly majesty, wise Athena with her grey eyes that seemed to see through time itself, Apollo with his lyre that could make stones weep, and Artemis with her silver bow. Poseidon rose from the depths, his beard streaming with brine and pearls. Dionysus arrived with his retinue of satyrs and maenads, bringing wine that sparkled like liquid starlight. Even stern Hades emerged from his underworld realm, though he stayed only briefly. The light of celebration had always made him uncomfortable. The setting was neither fully of heaven nor of earth, but existed in that liminal space where gods and mortals could meet. Some say it took place on Mount Pelion, where Peleus ruled, but transformed by divine power into something that mortal eyes could barely comprehend. The air itself seemed to sing. Flowers bloomed and withered and bloomed again in eternal cycles, and the wine flowed from vessels that never emptied. The gifts presented to the couple were magnificent. Zeus granted Peleus a suit of golden armor, Athena wove a robe that could turn aside any blade, and Hephaestus forged weapons that would never dull. But perhaps the most significant gift came from the fates themselves, though it was not given with joy, but with the cold inevitability of destiny. They foretold that the son born of this union would become the greatest warrior the world had ever known, but his glory would burn bright and brief, like a star that blazes across the night sky before falling into darkness. All of Olympus celebrated. The music of the divine spheres filled the air, and for a few precious hours it seemed that the cosmos itself was in perfect harmony. But there was one who had not been invited. Her name was Eris, and she was the goddess of strife, of discord, of all those small irritations and large resentments that make life complicated. In some ways, she was the most honest of the gods, for she represented something that existed in every heart, divine or mortal. But honesty, as we all know, is not always welcome at celebrations. Eris was not invited, for obvious reasons. Who invites discord to a wedding? Who asks strife to join the celebration? It would be like inviting a thunderstorm to a picnic, or asking winter to attend a harvest festival. And so the gods, in their wisdom or their foolishness, left Eris off the guest list. This was their first mistake, though they would not realize it for some time. Eris arrived anyway. She stood at the edge of the celebration, watching the gods feast and laugh and make merry, and she felt something that even a goddess of discord could feel. She felt excluded. She felt forgotten. She felt the particular kind of hurt that comes when everyone you know is at a party and you are not. Now, a mortal might have sulked or gossiped or perhaps written a strongly worded letter, but Eris was a goddess, and goddesses have more dramatic ways of expressing their displeasure. From some divine forge known only to herself, Eris produced an apple. Not just any apple, but the most beautiful piece of fruit that had ever existed. It gleamed like captured sunlight. It was perfectly formed in every detail, and it seemed to radiate a beauty so intense that to look upon it was to desire it above all other things. Upon this apple, Eris carved 3 simple words in script that seemed to burn with its own light: "To the fairest." Then she walked into the celebration, or perhaps she appeared there, for goddesses are not bound by such mundane things as walking, and cast the apple into the center of the festivities. It rolled across the divine table, coming to rest among the ambrosial fruits and nectar-filled goblets, glowing with its own inner radiance. For a moment, silence fell across the celebration. Gods paused with cups halfway to their lips. Goddesses stopped their conversations mid-sentence. Even the eternal music seemed to falter. "To the fairest," someone read aloud, and with those words the harmony of the celebration cracked like ice in spring. 3 goddesses stepped forward almost simultaneously, and the sight of them together was enough to make even gods hold their breath. First came Hera, queen of the heavens, wife of Zeus, whose beauty was the terrible beauty of absolute power. She moved with the confidence of one who had never been denied, whose word was law across Olympus and earth. Behind her regal bearing lay an intelligence sharp enough to cut diamond and a capacity for vengeance that was legend even among the gods. Second came Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, whose grey eyes seemed to hold all the knowledge of the world. Her beauty was not soft or inviting, but possessed the perfect symmetry of a mathematical proof, the flawless logic of a well-planned battle. She was the goddess who had sprung fully formed from Zeus's head, born not of passion, but of pure thought, and her claim to the title of fairest was based not merely on appearance, but on the perfect harmony of mind and form. Third came Aphrodite, and even to describe her seems an act of hubris. She was beauty itself given form and consciousness. When she walked, flowers bloomed in her footsteps. When she smiled, hardened warriors forgot their own names. When she laughed, the sound was like silver bells mixed with the song of nightingales. She had emerged from the sea, foam itself, born from the severed genitals of Uranus when Kronos had cast them into the ocean, and she carried within her the primal power of creation and desire. Each goddess looked at the apple, and each knew, with the absolute certainty that only comes to the divine, that it was meant for her. Hera, because she was queen of the gods. Athena, because wisdom surpassed mere physical beauty. Aphrodite, because she was beauty incarnate. And with that certainty, the celebration died. The other gods watched as the three goddesses faced each other, and those who were wise, and even among gods wisdom was not universal, began to find urgent business elsewhere. Zeus himself seemed suddenly fascinated by the pattern of clouds on the horizon. Apollo discovered an immediate need to check on his sun chariot. Poseidon remembered pressing matters in his ocean realm, because they all understood what was happening here. This was not a simple disagreement over precedence, not a minor squabble over divine protocol. This was about something much more fundamental, identity itself. For what is a goddess of beauty if she is not the fairest? What is a queen if her supremacy is questioned? What is wisdom if it cannot recognize its own perfection? The three goddesses stood facing each other, and in their eyes was something that mortals would recognize all too well, the absolute determination to be right regardless of the cost. But who could judge between them? Who could look upon Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite and dare to choose? Even Zeus, master of thunder, king of gods, found himself conveniently absent when his arbitration was requested. This was a decision that could shatter friendships, topple thrones, and set the very cosmos at war with itself. And so, as bureaucracies often do when faced with an impossible decision, the gods decided to delegate the problem to someone else. Far away in the mountains of Troy, a young shepherd watched his flocks and had no idea that he was about to become the most consequential judge in the history of the world. The wedding of Peleus and Thetis continued, but the joy had gone out of it. The apples sat on the table, glowing accusingly, while the three goddesses maintained the pretense of celebration even as they planned their arguments for the judgment to come. No one noticed Eris slip away into the shadows, but if they had looked closely, they might have seen her smile. Discord had done what discord does best. It had turned harmony into chaos with a single, perfectly placed provocation. The son that would be born of this marriage would indeed become the greatest warrior the world had ever known. His name would be Achilles, and his story would become legend. But that lay in the future. For now the die had been cast, the apple had been thrown, and three goddesses were preparing to make offers that would reshape the world. The Trojan War had not yet begun, but in that moment, when strife disrupted celebration and beauty became a weapon, its seeds were sown. High on Mount Ida, far from the marble halls of Troy, a young man named Paris tended his flocks in blissful ignorance of his royal heritage. He lived the simple life of a shepherd, waking before dawn to lead his sheep to pasture, spending long days under the Anatolian sun, sleeping beneath stars that seemed close enough to pluck from the sky. He knew nothing of prophecies or royal bloodlines. He certainly had no idea that his birth had been accompanied by omens so terrifying that his own parents had ordered his death. Paris was, by all accounts, extraordinarily beautiful. Even as a shepherd, his looks were the kind that made village maidens forget their spinning and cause their mothers to warn them about the dangers of handsome men with uncertain prospects. He had the kind of face that sculptors would later try to capture in marble, though none would ever quite succeed in reproducing the particular quality that made mortal hearts flutter when he smiled. What Paris lacked in royal education, he made up for with a kind of natural charm that seems to be the birthright of those blessed by Aphrodite. He could gentle a wild horse with a word, charm birds from their nests, and his voice, when he sang to his flocks, was said to make the very mountains weep with beauty. He was also, it must be said, not particularly given to deep thought about consequences. This would prove to be a significant character trait. On the day that would change everything, Paris was doing what he did every day, watching his sheep, perhaps composing a song, maybe carving a flute from a reed. The day was like countless others, warm and peaceful, with the kind of golden light that makes everything seem eternal and blessed. Then the air shimmered. At first, Paris might have thought it was heat haze, or perhaps his eyes playing tricks after too many hours of staring at white wool under bright sun. But the shimmer deepened, solidified, and suddenly he was no longer alone on his hillside. 3 women stood before him, and the word women seems almost insulting in its inadequacy. These were not mortal females, not the daughters of shepherds or merchants or even kings. These were beings of such radiant beauty and power that the very air around them seemed to sing. The first was tall and regal, with dark hair piled high beneath a crown that seemed to be made of crystallized starlight. Her bearing was that of one accustomed to absolute obedience, her beauty, the terrible beauty of a storm or a mountain avalanche, magnificent, awe-inspiring, and potentially deadly. This was Hera, queen of the gods, and power radiated from her like heat from a forge. The second woman had grey eyes that seemed to contain all the wisdom of the ages, and when she looked at Paris, he felt as though she were reading not just his thoughts, but his very soul. Her beauty was perfect in the way that a mathematical equation is perfect, flawless, logical, undeniable. She wore armor that looked as though it had been woven from moonbeams and starlight, and at her side stood a spear that seemed to hum with contained power. This was Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare. The third woman made Paris forget how to breathe. She was not tall like Hera, nor armored like Athena. Her beauty was not the beauty of power or wisdom, but something more fundamental, more primal. She seemed to have been crafted by some divine artist who had decided to answer the question, what would perfect beauty look like if it took human form? Her hair was the color of spun gold, her eyes held depths like the ocean at sunset, and when she moved, it was with a grace that made swans look clumsy by comparison. This was Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, and she was everything her name promised. But even in his wonder, Paris noticed that the 3 goddesses were not looking at him with benevolent smiles. There was tension between them, the kind of crackling energy that precedes thunderstorms. In Hera's hand was an apple that seemed to glow with its own inner light, and somehow Paris knew that this apple was at the center of whatever was about to happen. "Shepherd," Hera spoke first, and her voice carried the authority of mountains. "We have come to you with a task. Zeus himself has decreed that you shall judge which among us is the fairest. Choose wisely, for your judgment will be remembered for all time." Paris looked from one goddess to another, and even with his limited education, he understood that he had just been handed what the Greeks would later call a Kobayashi Maru, a no-win scenario. How do you judge between three beings of divine beauty? How do you tell two goddesses that they are not the fairest without invoking their eternal wrath? But then Athena stepped forward, and her grey eyes fixed on his with an intensity that made him feel like a mouse being examined by an eagle. "Paris of Troy," she said, and he started at the name he had not heard since childhood. "Yes, I know who you truly are. You are not merely a shepherd, but a prince of the royal house of Priam. Choose me, and I will grant you wisdom beyond mortal ken. You will become the greatest strategist who ever lived, the most cunning general, the wisest ruler. Kingdoms will bow before your intellect, and your name will be remembered as long as mortals tell stories of great minds." It was a magnificent offer. Wisdom was the one gift that could elevate a mortal above his station, that could make even kings into legends. But before Paris could respond, Hera moved closer, and when she spoke, it was with the voice of absolute authority. "Foolish boy," she said, though not unkindly. "Wisdom is nothing without power to implement it. Choose me, and I will make you the most powerful ruler in the world. All of Asia shall bow before your throne. You will command armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Your treasury will overflow with gold and silver, and your word will be law from the Mediterranean to the lands beyond the rising sun. You will not merely be remembered, you will be worshipped." Now this was an offer that made even a humble shepherd's heart race. Power was the dream of every mortal, the ambition that drove kings to conquest and heroes to glory. With Hera's gift, Paris could reshape the world according to his will. But then Aphrodite stepped forward, and when she smiled at Paris, he felt something in his chest that he had never felt before, a longing so intense it was almost painful, a desire not for wisdom or power, but for something more fundamental to the human heart. "My dear Paris," she said, and her voice was like honey and silver bells, "my sisters offer you things that will feed your mind and your ambition. But what good is wisdom without love to guide it? What use is power without someone to share it with? Choose me, and I will give you something far more precious than kingdoms or cunning. I will give you the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. She will be your perfect match, your other half, the one who will make your heart sing for all your days." And with those words, Paris was lost. In later years, philosophers and historians would debate his choice. They would say he was young and foolish, thinking with his heart instead of his head. They would point out that wisdom and power were practical gifts that could benefit not just Paris, but all those under his rule, while romantic love was selfish, ephemeral, and ultimately destructive. But perhaps they missed the point. Perhaps Paris, in his shepherd's simplicity, understood something that more sophisticated minds could not grasp, that a life without love, no matter how wise or powerful, is ultimately empty. That the human heart, in the end, values connection over conquest, intimacy over influence. Or perhaps he was just a young man dazzled by the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, making the kind of decision that young men have made throughout history when faced with divine beauty and impossible promises. Either way, Paris reached out and took the golden apple from Hera's hand. Without hesitation, without deliberation, without any of the careful consideration that such a momentous decision might warrant, he placed it in Aphrodite's outstretched palm. "To the fairest," he said, simply. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic. Hera's beautiful face contorted with a rage so pure it was almost divine in itself. Her eyes blazed like stars going supernova, and for a moment Paris thought she might strike him dead where he stood. When she spoke, her voice carried the promise of eternal vengeance. "Foolish shepherd boy," she hissed, "you have made an enemy this day who will never forget, never forgive, and never cease to work for your destruction. You and all your house will rue this day until the end of time." Athena's response was quieter, but no less terrifying. Her grey eyes went cold as winter stone, and when she spoke, it was with the measured precision of someone cataloguing items for destruction. "You have chosen passion over wisdom, Paris of Troy, and passion without wisdom leads only to ruin. I will see to it that your choice brings sorrow not just to you, but to every soul who shares your blood and your city. The owl of Athena will watch over your enemies, and they will find victory where you find only ash and grief." Then both goddesses vanished, not with theatrical effects or dramatic pronouncements, but simply ceasing to exist in that space, as though they had never been there at all. Only their words remained, hanging in the air like smoke from a sacrificial fire. But Aphrodite remained, and now her smile was warmer, more intimate, as though she and Paris were conspirators sharing a delicious secret. "You have chosen well, my darling Paris," she said, reaching out to touch his cheek with fingers that felt like rose petals. "And I always keep my promises. The most beautiful woman in the world awaits you, though she does not yet know it. Her name is Helen, and she is currently Queen of Sparta, but that is merely a temporary inconvenience." Paris felt a moment of doubt pierce through his euphoria. "But if she is already married—" "Love," Aphrodite said with a laugh like silver bells, "knows no boundaries, recognizes no laws, respects no prior claims. She will come with you willingly, for I will ensure that her heart calls to yours as yours calls to hers. Do not trouble yourself with mortal conventions, sweet Paris. Gods make their own rules." And with that she too vanished, leaving only the scent of roses in the sea and a promise that would shake the foundations of the ancient world. Paris stood alone on his hillside, holding a golden apple and trying to process what had just occurred. In the space of an hour, his entire world had changed. He was no longer just a shepherd. He was a prince, a judge of goddesses, and apparently a future lover whose romance would be legendary. What he did not yet understand was that he had just set in motion a chain of events that would lead to the deaths of thousands, the destruction of a great city, and a war that would echo through history and legend for millennia to come. But Paris, caught up in visions of divine beauty and promised love, saw only the bright surface of his fortune. The shadows that would follow would become apparent soon enough. For now he made his way down the mountain toward Troy, his heart singing with anticipation, his mind filled with dreams of a woman whose face he had never seen, but whose love had been promised by the goddess of love herself. Behind him, his sheep wandered unattended. Ahead of him lay a destiny that would make his name immortal, though perhaps not in the way he would have chosen had he been wiser or older or possessed of the gift of foresight. The golden apple was warm in his hand, and the world seemed full of infinite possibility. The die was cast. The choice was made. And far away in Sparta, a queen named Helen felt an inexplicable restlessness stir in her heart, as though something she had been waiting for without knowing it was finally approaching. There are some people who seem to be born under a different star than the rest of humanity, whose very existence becomes a kind of focal point around which fate itself revolves. Helen of Sparta was such a person, though whether her star was lucky or cursed remains a matter of debate that has lasted 3 millennia. Her birth was as unusual as everything else about her life. Her mother was Leda, Queen of Sparta, renowned for her beauty and wisdom. But her father, well, that story begins with Zeus, as so many complicated stories do. Zeus had developed what could charitably be called a romantic interest in Queen Leda, and being the king of the gods, he was not accustomed to being denied. But being also a married god with a wife whose jealousy was legendary even among beings whose emotions could reshape mountains, Zeus decided that subtlety would be the better part of valor in this particular conquest. His solution was characteristic of both his power and his somewhat questionable judgment. He transformed himself into a swan, not just any swan, but the most magnificent swan that had ever existed, with feathers like spun silk and a grace that made actual swans look like awkward ducklings. In this form he approached Leda as she bathed in the river Eurotas, and through means that the myths politely gloss over, she became pregnant. But here is where the story becomes even stranger, for Leda was also married to Tyndareus, the mortal king of Sparta, and she was already carrying his child as well. The result was that she gave birth to 4 children from 2 fathers. From Zeus came Helen and Polydeuces, while from Tyndareus came Clytemnestra and Castor. Some versions of the myth say that Leda laid eggs like a swan and that Helen hatched from one of these divine eggs. Others, perhaps more concerned with biological plausibility, suggest that the children were born in the normal manner but carried within them the strange duality of divine and mortal heritage. Either way, Helen emerged into the world carrying within her the beauty of a goddess and the fate of a catalyst. From her earliest years, it was clear that Helen was extraordinary, not merely beautiful. Beauty, after all, was common enough among the daughters of kings and gods. But Helen possessed a beauty that seemed to operate by its own laws, that could stop conversations mid-sentence and make hardened warriors forget their own names. Poets would later struggle to describe her, often settling for indirect approaches. Helen was the face that launched 1,000 ships, the woman whose beauty could topple kingdoms. But these were descriptions of her effect, not her appearance. To look at Helen directly was to understand that beauty could be as devastating as any weapon, as transformative as any magic. Her hair was the color of honey mixed with sunlight, falling in waves that seemed to move with their own inner rhythm. Her eyes held depths that reminded observers of still pools in sacred groves, reflecting not just light, but something deeper. Wisdom, perhaps, or sorrow, or simply the weight of being looked at by every person she ever met, as though she were not quite human. But Helen was human, for all her divine parentage. She laughed and cried, had preferences in food and music, could be petulant when tired and gracious when pleased. She was, in other words, a person, which made her fate all the more poignant. As she grew from child to maiden, Helen's extraordinary beauty began to create problems. Suitors arrived at the palace of Sparta in ever-increasing numbers, each one convinced that he alone was worthy of her hand. They came from every corner of the Greek world, kings and princes, heroes and warriors, men whose very names would become legend. Among them was Odysseus, not yet known for his wanderings but already renowned for his cleverness, Ajax the Greater, strong as a bull and nearly as eloquent, Diomedes, the young king of Argos whose spear never missed its mark. Menelaus, brother to Agamemnon, and himself a capable ruler. Philoctetes, master archer, and keeper of Heracles' bow. Nestor, already elderly but still formidable, whose stories of past glories could fill entire evenings. Each suitor was convinced not only that he deserved Helen, but that she would naturally choose him. After all, what could be more logical? They were, each in his own mind, the most attractive prospect any woman could desire. King Tyndareus watched this gathering of heroes with growing alarm. These were not men accustomed to being denied, and they commanded armies, fleets, and the loyalty of their own kingdoms. To choose one would be to insult all the others, and Tyndareus was experienced enough to know that insulted heroes have a tendency to express their displeasure through warfare. It was Odysseus who proposed the solution that would later seem like either divine inspiration or catastrophic folly, depending on one's perspective. "My lord Tyndareus," Odysseus said, his tone reasonable and diplomatic, "we all understand your difficulty, but perhaps there is a way to resolve this that would satisfy honor while preserving peace." "Speak," Tyndareus said, though he likely suspected that any solution proposed by Odysseus would be more clever than simple. "Let all the suitors swear an oath," Odysseus continued. "We will all agree to abide by Helen's choice, whoever she selects. More than that, we will swear to defend her chosen husband should anyone ever attempt to take her from him. In this way, you offend no one. Helen chooses for herself, and her husband gains not just a wife, but an alliance with every hero in Greece." It was a brilliant solution, the kind of diplomatic masterstroke that could only have come from a mind like Odysseus's. Everyone could claim satisfaction, the suitors because Helen's choice would be freely made, Tyndareus because he avoided making enemies of powerful men, and Helen's eventual husband because he would have the backing of every other suitor. The oath was sworn with appropriate solemnity. Sacred rites were performed, sacrifices made to the gods who watch over oaths and punish oath-breakers. Each suitor placed his hand on the bloody remains of a sacrificed horse and spoke the words that would bind his fate. "I swear to honor Helen's choice and to defend her chosen husband against any who would take her from him." They meant it when they said it. These were men of honor, and their word, once given, was sacred to them. None of them imagined, as they spoke those binding words, that they might one day find themselves sailing across the wine-dark sea to wage war for 10 years in fulfillment of their promise. With the oath sworn, all that remained was for Helen to choose. The decision, everyone assumed, would be straightforward. She would select the most suitable candidate, probably someone powerful and wealthy, someone who could offer her security and status appropriate to her divine beauty. Helen chose Menelaus. In many ways, it was a logical choice. Menelaus was brother to Agamemnon, the most powerful king in Greece. He was wealthy, well-connected, not unattractive, and possessed of a solid, dependable character that promised a stable marriage. He was not the most charismatic of her suitors, nor the most clever, nor the most handsome, but he was, in the manner of middle sons everywhere, reliable. Perhaps Helen, who had spent her entire life being looked at as though she were a prize to be won, rather than a person making a choice, appreciated Menelaus's straightforward approach. He did not compose elaborate poems about her beauty or promise to conquer kingdoms in her name. He simply offered her respect, security, and what passed for love among royal marriages. Or perhaps she was simply tired of being courted and chose the first reasonable option that presented itself. The myths do not record Helen's thoughts on her choice. only the choice itself. The wedding of Helen and Menelaus was celebrated throughout Greece. The disappointed suitors, bound by their oath, offered congratulations with whatever grace they could muster. Gifts were exchanged, alliances reaffirmed, and the newlyweds settled into what appeared to be a successful royal marriage. They were, by all accounts, happy enough. Helen proved to be an capable queen, intelligent in counsel, and gracious in manner. She bore Menelaus a daughter, Hermione, and seemed content with her role as Queen of Sparta. Menelaus, for his part, was a devoted husband who treated his extraordinary wife with the respect and affection she deserved. For several years their life together was peaceful and prosperous. Sparta thrived under their joint rule. Its borders were secure, its people content. If Helen sometimes seemed distant, if she occasionally gazed toward the horizon with an expression of inexplicable longing, well, that was perhaps to be expected from someone with divine blood. The gods, after all, were known for their restlessness. But in Troy, a young prince who had once been a shepherd was making preparations for a diplomatic mission to Greece. Paris had returned to his father's court, been acknowledged as a true son of Priam, and proved himself capable in the arts of war and statecraft. He was handsome, charming, and possessed of the kind of easy confidence that made him popular among both the nobles and the common people. When King Priam decided to send an embassy to various Greek kingdoms to establish trade relations and confirm old friendships, Paris seemed an ideal choice as ambassador. He was intelligent enough to handle negotiations, charming enough to make a good impression, and young enough to benefit from the experience of traveling and meeting foreign rulers. Among the kingdoms on his itinerary was Sparta. No one in Troy, least of all Paris himself, had any idea that this diplomatic mission would become the catalyst for the greatest war in mythological history. Paris was simply a prince doing his duty, representing his kingdom with honor and dignity. Helen was simply a queen performing the traditional role of host to foreign dignitaries. Neither of them knew that Aphrodite had not forgotten her promise to the young shepherd who had once judged her fairest among goddesses. Neither understood that divine wheels had been set in motion, that fate had already written their story in letters of fire and blood. The stage was set. Helen the beautiful, married and content. Paris the prince, innocent of the chaos he carried with him like an invisible plague, and binding them all together, an oath sworn by heroes who believed that words spoken before the gods were absolute and eternal. Soon, very soon, the goddess of love would claim her promised gift, and the ancient world would discover just how destructive beauty could be when it collided with desire and destiny. But for now, Helen sat in her palace in Sparta, attending to the daily business of being a queen, unaware that her life was about to change in ways that would make her name immortal and eternally controversial. The most beautiful woman in the world was about to meet the man who had been promised her love by the goddess of love herself. The results would echo across 3 millennia. The ship that carried Paris to Sparta cut through the wine-dark waters of the Mediterranean with the kind of confidence that belongs only to vessels on peaceful missions. The Trojan embassy was impressive, but not overwhelming. A dozen ships carrying gifts, trade goods, and the cream of Troy's diplomatic corps. At their head sailed Paris, now fully acknowledged as a prince of Troy, his shepherd days a half-remembered dream that seemed to belong to someone else entirely. Paris had spent the voyage preparing for his mission with the diligence expected of a royal son. He had studied the customs of each kingdom he would visit, memorized genealogies of ruling families, and rehearsed the speeches he would deliver. His retinue included scribes, translators, gift-bearers, and guards, all the apparatus of formal diplomacy. Yet as the ship approached the Laconian coast, where Sparta's harbour gleamed white in the afternoon sun, Paris felt an inexplicable stirring in his chest. It was not nervousness. He had grown comfortable with his princely duties. It was something else, a sense of approaching significance, as though fate itself were drawing him forward on invisible threads. The harbour of Gythium was bustling with the usual commerce of a prosperous kingdom. Fishing boats unloaded their catches, merchant vessels displayed wares from across the known world, and Spartan warships maintained their vigilant patrols. The arrival of the Trojan embassy caused a stir. Diplomatic visits were always occasions for celebration and curiosity. Messengers had already carried word to the palace that the Trojans had arrived. By ancient custom, foreign princes were to be welcomed with all appropriate ceremony, housed as honoured guests, and treated with the lavish hospitality that defined civilized behaviour among the royal houses of the Bronze Age world. Menelaus himself rode down from the palace to greet the embassy, accompanied by his honour guard and a train of servants bearing symbols of welcome, bread and salt, wine mixed with honey, and garlands of olive branches. He was a man in his prime, with the solid build of a warrior king and the confident bearing of one accustomed to command. His red hair was streaked with early silver, his eyes were shrewd but kind, and his presence commanded the automatic respect that belongs to successful rulers. "Prince Paris of Troy," Menelaus said, extending his hand in the traditional gesture of guest friendship. "Sparta welcomes you. Your father's name is honoured here, and his son shall be treated as our own family while you remain in our land." Paris accepted the greeting with appropriate grace, though something in his chest tightened at the word family. There was a warmth in Menelaus's manner, an honest pleasure in receiving guests that spoke well of the man's character. It also, Paris realized with a pang of something that might have been prescience, made what was to come infinitely more complicated. The procession to the palace was magnificent in the way that only royal ceremonies can be. Citizens lined the streets to catch glimpses of the exotic visitors from Troy, children threw flower petals, and musicians played the ancient songs of welcome. The palace itself rose before them like something from a dream, its limestone walls gleaming in the late afternoon light, its courtyards filled with the sound of fountains and the scent of flowering trees. But none of this registered in Paris's consciousness, because standing at the top of the palace steps waiting to welcome the embassy was Helen, even prepared by stories and rumours, even knowing that he was about to meet the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris was not ready for the reality of Helen's presence. She stood with the perfect poise of a queen, dressed in robes of deep blue silk that made her seem like a piece of the evening sky given human form. Her hair, bound with golden pins, caught the light like spun honey, and when she smiled in welcome, Paris felt something fundamental shift in the architecture of his universe. But it was her eyes that undid him completely. They were not merely beautiful. Beauty, he was learning, was an inadequate word for what Helen possessed. They were eyes that seemed to contain depths like still pools in sacred groves, reflecting not just light, but something deeper. When she looked at him, and she did look at him, a direct gaze that seemed to see through all his carefully rehearsed diplomatic persona to something truer beneath. Paris felt as though he were being recognized by someone he had been searching for his entire life without knowing it. "Welcome, Prince Paris," Helen said, and her voice was like music played on instruments he had never heard before. "Troy's friendship has always been precious to Sparta. We are honored by your presence." The words were formal, appropriate, exactly what protocol demanded. But something in her tone, some subtle inflection that perhaps only Paris heard, suggested that this was more than mere courtesy. Or perhaps he only imagined it, wanted so desperately to hear personal warmth in her voice that he created it from nothing more than wishful thinking. The welcoming ceremonies proceeded according to ancient custom. Gifts were exchanged with elaborate protocol. Paris presented Menelaus with a bronze shield inlaid with gold, a magnificent sword with an ivory hilt, and a selection of the finest silks and spices that Troy's trade routes could provide. In return, he received a golden cup crafted by Spartan artisans, a cloak woven with silver thread, and a hunting spear said to have belonged to one of Menelaus's heroic ancestors. Through it all, Paris found his attention repeatedly drawn to Helen. She moved through the ceremonial requirements with perfect grace, saying exactly what was expected, doing precisely what custom demanded. Yet beneath the surface of her queenly composure, Paris sensed something else, a restlessness, perhaps, or a sadness so subtle that it was barely perceptible. Or perhaps, again, he was simply seeing what he wanted to see, interpreting every glance and gesture through the lens of his own growing fascination. The feast that evening was magnificent, as befitted the entertainment of a royal embassy. The great hall was illuminated by hundreds of oil lamps, their flickering light playing across the frescoes that depicted the great deeds of Spartan heroes. The tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, fresh fish from the Mediterranean, bread made from the finest wheat, fruits that had been carried from distant orchards, and wines that had been aging in cool cellars since before Paris was born. Menelaus proved to be an excellent host, knowledgeable about Troy's history, curious about its customs, and generous with stories of Sparta's own traditions. He spoke of his travels as a young man, of battles he had fought and alliances he had forged, of the responsibility of kingship and the challenges of maintaining peace in an often violent world. But throughout the conversation, Paris found himself acutely aware of Helen's presence. She sat at her husband's right hand, as was proper, participating in the conversation with intelligence and wit, asking thoughtful questions about Troy's defences and trade relationships. Yet Paris caught her looking at him with an expression he could not quite read, curious perhaps, or thoughtful, or simply politely attentive. After the formal dinner ended and most of the guests had retired, Menelaus lingered with Paris and a few of the senior members of both their retinues, sharing the kind of intimate conversation that develops between men who have found they enjoy each other's company. The wine flowed freely, the conversation ranged from politics to philosophy to memories of youth, and Paris found himself genuinely liking his host. This, he realized, was what made his situation so impossible. Menelaus was not a tyrant or a fool or a weakling. He was a good man, a just king, a loving husband. Under other circumstances, Paris thought, they might have become genuine friends. The knowledge sat in his stomach like a stone, weighing down what should have been a pleasant evening. Helen had excused herself earlier, citing the need to supervise arrangements for the embassy's comfort. But as the evening wound down and Paris made his way to the guest quarters that had been prepared for him, he found her waiting in one of the palace's smaller courtyards, standing beside a fountain whose waters caught the moonlight like scattered diamonds. "I hope you are finding our hospitality adequate, Prince Paris," she said, though her tone suggested that hospitality was not really what she wanted to discuss. "More than adequate, Your Majesty. Your husband is a remarkable man. You are both very kind to strangers." Helen was quiet for a moment, looking up at the stars that wheeled in their ancient patterns above Sparta. When she spoke again, her voice was so soft that Paris had to step closer to hear her. "Tell me about Troy," she said. "Not the official things, not trade routes or defensive walls or treaty obligations. Tell me what it's like to live there." "What do you see when you stand on your palace walls and look out over your city?" It was an unexpected question, and Paris found himself answering with more honesty than he had intended. "I see. Possibility, I suppose. Troy sits at the crossroads between East and West, and you can feel the whole world flowing through it. Merchants arrive speaking languages I've never heard, carrying goods I can't identify, telling stories of lands I can barely imagine. The city changes every day, new buildings, new faces, new ideas. It's exciting, but also what? Also lonely sometimes. When you're part of something so large, so busy, it's easy to feel as though you're just one more face in the crowd, just one more voice in the noise." Helen nodded as though this made perfect sense to her, though Paris couldn't imagine why the Queen of Sparta, surrounded by people who loved and honored her, would understand loneliness. "I dream sometimes," she said, so quietly he almost missed the words. "About traveling to distant places, about seeing mountains I've never climbed and oceans I've never crossed, about being someone other than who I am just for a little while." They stood in silence after that. Two people who barely knew each other, yet somehow seemed to understand something important about each other. The fountain murmured between them, and the night air carried the scent of jasmine from Helen's gardens. Paris knew he should make his excuses and retire to his quarters. This conversation was already too intimate, too personal for a diplomatic guest and his host's wife. But he made no move to leave, and Helen showed no inclination to end their talk. "Your eyes," she said suddenly, looking directly at him for the first time since they had begun speaking. "They're very kind, sad but kind. I noticed during dinner, you listen when people speak, really listen as though what they're saying matters to you. It does matter. People's stories, their dreams, their fears, these things are important, aren't they? More important than trade agreements or military alliances?" "Yes," Helen said, and there was something like relief in her voice, as though he had confirmed something she had long suspected, but never heard another person say. "Yes, they are." They talked until late into the night, standing in that moonlit courtyard, speaking of things that mattered: childhood memories, hopes for the future, the weight of royal obligation, the longing for authentic connection in lives surrounded by ceremony and protocol. They spoke as though they were old friends who had been separated by distance and were finally catching up, though they had known each other for less than a day. When they finally parted, Paris felt as though something fundamental had shifted in his understanding of himself and his place in the world. Helen was not just the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She was someone who understood him in a way that no one ever had before. The recognition was mutual, immediate, and completely dangerous. Over the following days, the pattern continued. During the day, Paris conducted his diplomatic business with Menelaus, negotiating trade agreements, discussing mutual defense, establishing the formal relationships that his mission required. But in the evenings he found himself drawn to conversations with Helen, sometimes in the company of others, sometimes alone. Menelaus, secure in his marriage and naturally trusting, saw nothing concerning in his guest's attention to his wife. Indeed, he seemed pleased that Helen had found someone who could match her intelligence in conversation. He even encouraged their talks, mentioning how much Helen enjoyed having someone new to speak with about poetry and philosophy. But others in the palace began to notice. Servants whispered about the way the Trojan prince looked at their queen, about how she seemed to come alive in his presence in a way that had not been seen since her marriage began. The older women in particular recognized the signs of a romance in its earlier stages and began to watch with a mixture of fascination and dread. For Paris and Helen, meanwhile, the world had narrowed to the space between them when they spoke, to the moment of recognition that passed between them when their eyes met across a crowded room, to the careful dance of attraction that neither acknowledged but both felt with increasing intensity. Paris knew that he was falling in love, not with Helen's legendary beauty, though that remained overwhelming, but with the woman herself, her quick mind, her gentle humor, her capacity for seeing beauty in small things, her loneliness that matched his own. He knew also that such love was impossible, dangerous, potentially catastrophic for both of them and for their kingdoms. Helen knew it too. She was not naive about the implications of what was happening between them. She understood the political ramifications, the personal costs, the potential for disaster. But understanding did not make the feeling any less real or any less powerful. And behind it all, invisible to mortals but smiling with satisfaction at her own cleverness, Aphrodite wove her magic around both of them, ensuring that each small conversation would deepen their connection, that each shared glance would strengthen their bond, that the promise she had made to Paris on Mount Ida would be fulfilled exactly as she had promised. The crisis came, as crises often do, through chance and timing. Menelaus received word that his maternal grandfather had died in Crete and that his presence was required at the funeral rites. It was a duty he could not avoid. Family obligations were sacred, and the funeral of a king required the presence of his royal descendants. "I will be gone no more than 2 weeks," Menelaus told Paris. "I regret cutting your visit short, but Helen will see that you are properly entertained while I am away. She knows our customs as well as I do, and I trust her judgment completely." Paris nodded and offered appropriate condolences, but his heart was racing. 2 weeks alone in the palace with Helen, 2 weeks without the restraining presence of her devoted husband, without the constant reminder that she belonged to another man. It was the opportunity that Aphrodite had been arranging from the moment Paris first set foot in Sparta. On Menelaus's last night in the palace, Helen seemed unusually quiet during dinner. She participated in the conversation, made appropriate responses to her husband's plans for the journey, gave necessary instructions to the servants who would manage household affairs while he was gone. But Paris, who had become an expert in reading her moods, sensed an underlying tension that had not been there before. After Menelaus retired early to prepare for his dawn departure, Helen disappeared as well. Paris waited until the palace had settled into its nighttime quiet, then made his way to the courtyard where they had first spoken privately. She was there, as he had known she would be, standing by the fountain with her face turned up to the stars. "He's a good man," she said without turning around, knowing somehow that Paris had approached. "Yes," Paris agreed, because there was no point in denying what they both knew to be true. "He loves me. Not with passion, perhaps, but with genuine affection and respect. He has never been unkind to me, never demanded more than I could give, never made me feel like a possession rather than a person. I know, and I have been content, not deliriously happy, but content. It seemed like enough. It seemed like all I had any right to expect." Helen turned to face him then, and in the moonlight her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Until now," she whispered. Paris stepped closer, close enough to touch her if he had dared, close enough to see the conflict written in every line of her face. "Helen," he said, and her name on his lips sounded like a prayer. "This is madness," she said, but she made no move to step away from him. "I am married to a man who trusts me absolutely. You are a guest in his house, protected by the sacred laws of hospitality. What we are feeling, what I am feeling, it will destroy everything." "I know," Paris said again, because he did know, had known from the moment he first saw her that this could only end in disaster. And yet I cannot stop myself from wanting to be near you. I cannot stop myself from looking forward to our conversations, from feeling more alive when you speak my name than I have felt in years. I cannot stop myself from dreaming about a life where we met under different circumstances, where we were free to... She did not finish the sentence, but she did not need to. Paris understood perfectly what she meant because he had been having the same dreams. They stood facing each other in the fountain's gentle spray, two people balanced on the knife's edge of a decision that would change everything. Neither spoke of love. The word was too dangerous, too final. But love was what hummed in the air between them. Love was what made Helen's hands tremble and Paris's heart race. Love was what made an impossible situation feel, suddenly, terrifyingly possible. "When my husband returns," Helen said finally, "you will have to leave. Your mission here will be complete, and there will be no reason for you to stay longer." "Yes. 2 weeks." "Yes. There would be no going back, Paris. Do you understand that? No returning to the way things were, no pretending this never happened. Once certain lines are crossed, they cannot be uncrossed." Paris reached out then and took her hands in his. Her fingers were cool and soft, and they fit in his palms as though they had been made to rest there. "I understand," he said. "But Helen, I also understand this. I have lived my entire life without knowing what it felt like to find someone who sees me as I truly am, who speaks to my heart as well as my mind. I thought such connection was something that existed only in poets, songs, something too rare and precious for ordinary people to experience. But here you are, and here I am, and the way you look at me, the way you listen when I speak, it's like coming home to a place I never knew I was searching for." Helen's tears spilled over then, tracing silver paths down her cheeks in the moonlight. "You are asking me to abandon everything," she whispered. "My marriage, my kingdom, my daughter, my reputation, my honor. You are asking me to become the most despised woman in Greece." "I am not asking you for anything," Paris said, and meant it. "I'm only telling you that if you choose to come with me, if you choose to take this leap into the unknown, you will not be leaping alone. Whatever consequences follow, whatever price we pay, we will face it together." For a long moment, Helen was silent. When she spoke again, her voice was so quiet that Paris had to lean close to hear her. 2 weeks, she said. "Give me 2 weeks to decide what kind of person I want to be for the rest of my life." Paris released her hands, stepped back, and bowed formally. 2 weeks, my queen, and whatever you decide, know that these days in Sparta, these conversations with you, have been the most meaningful of my life. Helen watched him go, standing alone by the fountain long after his footsteps had faded into the night silence. Above her, the stars continued their ancient dance, indifferent to the human drama unfolding below. But if the myths are to be believed, one of those stars was actually Aphrodite, watching with satisfaction as her promised gift to Paris moved closer to fulfillment. The next morning, Menelaus departed for Crete with a suitable escort, kissing his wife goodbye with the casual affection of a man who had no reason to doubt her faithfulness. Helen stood on the palace steps, waving farewell until his chariot disappeared over the horizon, then turned back to face 2 weeks that would determine not only her own fate, but the fate of the entire ancient world. The die, as they say, was cast. The only question now was how it would land. The 2 weeks that followed Menelaus's departure unfolded like a dream, the kind of dream where everything seems intensely real while it's happening, but leaves the dreamer wondering afterward whether any of it actually occurred. For Helen and Paris, those 14 days existed outside normal time, suspended in a bubble of possibility where the usual rules seem not to apply. During the daylight hours, they maintained the proper forms. Helen attended to her queenly duties, receiving petitioners, managing the palace household, corresponding with other kingdoms on matters of trade and diplomacy. Paris continued his own diplomatic work, meeting with Spartan officials, inspecting the harbour facilities that might be useful for future trade, documenting everything he observed for his eventual report to King Priam. But in the evenings, in the soft hours between sunset and full dark, they walked together in Helen's private gardens, speaking of everything except the decision that hung between them like a sword, suspended by the thinnest of threads. They talked about their childhoods, Helen's strange upbringing as a semi-divine princess, whose beauty made her more object than person, Paris's years as a shepherd, before learning his true identity. They discussed poetry and music, the differences between Trojan and Spartan customs, their thoughts on justice and the responsibilities of rulers to their people. Paris told Helen about Troy's great walls built by gods and about the view from the highest tower, where you could see trade caravans approaching from 3 different directions. He described the markets where merchants from distant lands displayed wares that most Greeks had never imagined: silks from far-off Ceres, spices from the lands beyond Babylon, amber from the mysterious northern seas. Helen spoke of her daughter Hermione, now 9 years old, and showing signs of inheriting her mother's extraordinary beauty. She talked about the weight of being constantly observed, of never being able to make a spontaneous gesture without knowing it would be analyzed and discussed. She described the loneliness of being married to a good man she respected but could not fully love, of feeling like an actress playing the role of a happy queen. Neither spoke directly of the choice Helen faced, but it informed every conversation. When Paris described Troy's libraries, where scholars from across the known world came to study, Helen's eyes grew bright with longing. When Helen mentioned her daughter, Paris's expression grew troubled, as he contemplated what it would mean for a mother to leave her child behind. The palace staff, meanwhile, watched with growing unease. They were not blind to what was developing between their queen and the handsome Trojan prince. The older servants remembered the stories of other royal marriages destroyed by passion, of kingdoms that had gone to war over unfaithful wives and seduced queens. They whispered among themselves, but said nothing directly. What could they say? Nothing inappropriate had occurred, at least nothing that could be proven. But everyone could feel the tension building, like the charged air before a thunderstorm. On the 10th day, a messenger arrived from Crete with news that changed everything. Menelaus's grandfather's funeral had been more complicated than expected. There were disputes over inheritance, challenges to succession, old grudges that had surfaced in the aftermath of the old king's death. Menelaus would be delayed by at least another week, possibly 2. When Helen received this news, her hands shook as she read the message. She dismissed the servants and sat alone in her chambers, staring at the papyrus as though it contained prophecy rather than simple information. More time. More days of temptation, more opportunities for resolve to weaken, more chances for the impossible to become inevitable. That evening, when Paris came to the gardens, as had become their custom, he found Helen sitting by a pool where lotus flowers floated like scattered stars on the dark water. She looked up as he approached, and he could see that she had been crying. "He has been delayed," she said simply. Paris sat beside her on the marble bench, careful not to touch her, though every fibre of his being wanted to reach out and comfort her. "Are you relieved?" or disappointed?" he asked. Helen laughed, but there was no humour in it. "Both. Neither. I don't know what I am anymore, Paris. 3 weeks ago I knew exactly who I was. Helen of Sparta, wife of Menelaus, mother of Hermione, queen of a prosperous kingdom. Now I feel like I'm dissolving, like all those certainties are melting away, and I don't know what will be left when the process is complete." "You are still all of those things," Paris said gently. "Whatever you decide, you remain who you have always been." "Do I? Can a person make choices that fundamentally change their nature? If I choose to leave with you, and I'm not saying I will, but if I do, will I still be Helen, or will I become someone else entirely? Someone I might not even recognize?" Paris was quiet for a long moment, considering the question seriously. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of his own struggles with identity and choice. "When I was a shepherd on Mount Ida," he said, "I thought I knew who I was, Paris the shepherd, simple and uncomplicated, responsible only for my flocks and myself. Then I discovered I was actually Prince Paris of Troy, with duties and obligations I had never imagined. I wondered if the shepherd had been real, or just an illusion, if the prince was who I truly was, or just a role I was expected to play. And what did you decide? That both were real, the shepherd and the prince, the simple man and the complex one. The person I was and the person I became, they're all part of who I am. We don't replace ourselves when we make difficult choices, Helen. We expand ourselves. We become more than we were, not someone different." Helen considered this, trailing her fingers in the pool water and watching the ripples spread outward in ever-widening circles. "But there are consequences to every choice," she said. "If I stay, I remain a faithful wife and a present mother, but I spend the rest of my life wondering what might have been. If I go with you, I gain something precious, but lose other things that are also precious. There is no choice without sacrifice. No decision that doesn't require giving up something valuable." "No," Paris agreed. "There isn't. But perhaps the question isn't which choice involves no sacrifice. Perhaps the question is which sacrifice you can live with." They sat in silence after that, both understanding that the conversation had moved beyond theoretical discussion into the realm of actual decision-making. The abstract possibility was crystallizing into concrete choice, and the weight of it seemed to press down on them like a physical force. On the 13th day, something shifted. Helen woke with a sense of clarity that had been absent for weeks, as though the fog of uncertainty had suddenly lifted, and she could see the landscape of her life with perfect definition. She found Paris in the palace library, where he had taken to spending his morning hours reading Spartan histories and poetry. He looked up as she entered, and something in her expression made him close the scroll he had been studying and give her his complete attention. "I have made my decision," she said, and her voice was steady and calm. Paris's heart began to race, but he kept his own voice level. "Will you tell me what you have decided?" Helen moved to the window that looked out over Sparta, over the kingdom she had helped to rule for nearly a decade, over the land that had been her home since she was 18 years old. "I have been thinking about a story my nurse used to tell me when I was a child," she said, "about a bird that lived in a beautiful cage. The cage was golden, spacious, filled with everything a bird could need: the finest food, clear water, comfortable perches, toys to play with. The bird's keeper loved it and cared for it tenderly. But one day the cage door was left open by accident, and the bird found itself facing a choice: stay in the beautiful, safe cage, or fly out into the wide, dangerous world. Paris waited, understanding that this story contained Helen's answer, but not yet certain what that answer was. Most people who hear that story, Helen continued, assume the bird flew away because that's what they want to believe about freedom and courage. But my nurse told me that the bird sat on the threshold for a long time, looking out at the world, and then back at the cage, paralyzed by the difficulty of choosing. And what happened in the end? Helen turned away from the window and looked directly at him, and her eyes held depths like still pools reflecting starlight. The bird realized that the question wasn't whether the cage was good or bad, or whether the world was safe or dangerous. The question was, what kind of bird do I want to be? One who accepts safety and comfort as the highest goods, or one who believes that the chance to fly freely is worth any risk? Paris felt his heart stop, then resume beating with a rhythm that seemed to shake his entire body. "Helen," he whispered, "I want to fly, Paris. I want to see what lies beyond the horizon, even if it means leaving behind everything I have known. I want to discover who I might become if I follow my heart instead of my duty. I want to love and be loved with complete honesty, even if that love leads to disaster." She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was so soft he could barely hear her. "I want to come with you to Troy." The words hung in the air between them like a bridge that once crossed could never be uncrossed. Paris rose from his chair and moved toward her, but stopped just outside of arm's reach, as though approaching something sacred that required reverence. "Are you certain?" he asked. "Once we leave Sparta, once we board my ship and set sail for Troy, there will be no changing your mind, no returning to the life you have known."
You understand that? I understand that my husband will never forgive me. I understand that my daughter will grow up ashamed of her mother's name. I understand that Greece will call me faithless and wicked and worse. I understand that songs will be written about my disgrace, that my story will be told as a warning to other women about the dangers of following desire over duty. Helen's voice grew stronger as she spoke, as though each acknowledgement of consequence strengthened rather than weakened her resolve. But I also understand that I have been given something precious and rare, the chance to experience love that transforms,
Connection that transcends, passion that makes life worth living. I have been offered the opportunity to be authentic rather than appropriate, to choose what my heart desires rather than what others expect. How can I turn away from such a gift? Paris closed the distance between them then and took her hands in his, feeling the tremor in her fingers that revealed the effort it was costing her to maintain her composure. "We will leave tomorrow," he said. "At dawn, before the palace fully wakes, I will have my ship prepared and waiting in a secluded cove. We must take nothing that would reveal our intentions. No extra clothing, no personal treasures, nothing that might make the servants suspicious." Helen nodded, though he could see the pain in her eyes as she contemplated leaving behind not just her life, but all the small, precious objects that connected her to her history and her daughter. "There is one thing," she said hesitantly. "I must write a letter to Hermione. I cannot leave without some explanation, some words that she can read when she is older, and perhaps understand even if she cannot forgive." "Of course. And will you write to Menelaus as well?" Helen was quiet for a moment, considering this. When she spoke, her voice carried a note of genuine sorrow. Yes, he deserves that much. He deserves to know that this was not about any failing of his, that he was a good husband and a good man, and that my leaving is about my own needs and choices rather than any inadequacy on his part. They spent the rest of that day in careful preparation. Paris sent messages to his ship's captain, coded instructions that would be interpreted as orders to prepare for immediate departure on urgent business. Helen attended to her usual duties with scrupulous care, ensuring that everything in the palace would continue to function smoothly, even without her supervision. To any observer, it was simply another ordinary day in the life of the Spartan royal household. But as evening approached, both Helen and Paris felt the weight of what they were about to do settling over them like a heavy cloak. This was not a romantic adventure or a pleasant escape from routine. This was betrayal of trust, of marriage vows, of sacred hospitality, of political alliance. That it was also love, also authentic feeling, also the honest choice of two people seeking happiness did not diminish the fact that their gain would come at the cost of tremendous pain for others. That night,
Helen sat at her writing desk long after the rest of the palace had gone to sleep. By the light of a single oil lamp, she composed 2 letters that would become some of the most consequential documents in mythological history. The first was to her daughter, "My beloved Hermione, by the time you read this, I will be far from Sparta, and you will have learned that your mother has made a choice that will bring shame upon our family name. I cannot explain to you now, while you are still a child, why I have done this thing, but I hope that someday, when you are a woman, grown and have perhaps experienced love yourself,
you will understand that sometimes the heart calls us in directions that reason cannot support. I do not ask for your forgiveness. That would be selfish of me. I ask only that you remember I love you more than life itself, and that everything good and noble and strong in your nature comes from your father, not from me. Be better than I have been, my darling girl. Be wiser and more constant, but also, when your time comes, be brave enough to seek happiness, even when happiness requires difficult choices. The second letter was to Menelaus. My dear husband, you have been to me everything that a woman could ask for in a marriage partner. Kind, piat, generous, respectful, faithful. The fault in our union was never yours but mine, for I was never able to give you the whole of my heart, though you deserved nothing less. I have fallen in love with the Trojan prince Paris, not through any action of his to seduce or deceive me, but through the simple recognition that we are meant for each other in a way that transcends reason or propriety. I know that by leaving with him I am betraying not only you, but the sacred laws of marriage and hospitality. I know that I am bringing disgrace upon myself and potentially war upon both our kingdoms. I know all of this, and yet I cannot choose otherwise,
for to remain would be to live the rest of my life as half a person, always wondering what might have been. You will hate me for this choice, and you have every right to do so. But please know that I hold you in deep affection and respect, and that I wish there had been some way to honor both my duty to you and my love for him. There was not. I pray that someday you will find a woman who can love you as completely as you deserve to be loved. Helen. She sealed both letters and placed them where they would be found after her departure, then spent what remained of the night sitting by her window,
looking out at the kingdom she was about to abandon, memorizing the sight of olive groves in moonlight and the distant mountains that had framed her world for so many years. Dawn came with the soft light that belongs only to early summer, painting the marble walls of the palace in shades of rose and gold. Helen had not slept, but she felt strangely alert, as though the momentousness of the day had burned away any need for rest. She dressed simply in a plain chiton that would not mark her as royal, and bound her magnificent hair beneath a common headscarf. To any casual observer, she would appear to be merely another palace servant going about her early morning duties. Paris was waiting in the olive grove that bordered the palace grounds, exactly where they had arranged to meet. He too was dressed simply, and his face bore the marks of a sleepless night spent in contemplation of what they were about to do. When he saw Helen approaching through the morning mist, his expression shifted from anxiety to wonder, as though he still could not quite believe that she had chosen to come with him. "You are certain?" he asked one final time as she reached his side. "I am certain," Helen replied, and her voice carried the calm of someone who has wrestled with doubt and emerged on the other side of decision. They made their way silently through the countryside toward the secluded cove where Paris's ship waited. The morning was peaceful, filled with the songs of birds welcoming the sun and the distant lowing of cattle being driven to pasture. It seemed impossible that such an ordinary dawn should mark the beginning of events that would reshape the ancient world. The ship was a thing of beauty, built in the Trojan style with a high prow carved to resemble a swan and sails of the finest linen. The crew, hand-picked by Paris for their discretion as much as their skill, asked no questions as their prince and his companion came aboard. They had been told only that urgent business required immediate departure, and they were accustomed to following orders without demanding explanations. As the ship slipped its moorings and began to move away from the Greek coast, Helen stood at the stern, watching Sparta grow smaller in the distance. She felt a complex mixture of emotions, grief for what she was leaving behind, fear of what lay ahead, and underneath it all, a fierce joy at having finally chosen authenticity over safety. Paris stood beside her, not touching, but close enough that she could feel his presence like warmth from a fire. "Do you regret it already?" he asked quietly. "Ask me in 10 years," Helen replied. "Ask me when we are old and grey and can look back on what our choice has cost and what it has brought us." The voyage to Troy took 12 days during which Helen lived suspended between her old life and her new one. The crew treated her with respectful courtesy, but also with the wariness of men who understood that they were transporting cargo that might prove explosive. Paris spent hours with her at the ship's rail, pointing out landmarks, telling her stories of the places they passed, describing the wonders she would find in her new home. But there were also long periods of silence between them, times when the magnitude of what they had done seemed to settle over them like a heavy blanket. They had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed, made a choice that would echo through generations. Whatever joy they found together would always be shadowed by the knowledge of what it had cost. On the 7th day of their voyage, they encountered a merchant vessel sailing from Troy toward Greece, and from its captain they learned news that chilled both their hearts. Menelaus had returned early from Crete and discovered Helen's departure. Messengers were already racing across Greece, carrying word to every kingdom that Helen had been stolen away by a Trojan prince. The oath sworn by her former suitors was being invoked, and armies were beginning to gather. Helen listened to this news with the composure of a queen, but Paris could see her hands trembling as she gripped the ship's rail. "It has begun, then?" she said quietly. "Helen, we could still—" Paris began, but she cut him off with a shake of her head. "No, we have made our choice.
And now we must live with the consequences. But Paris, you must understand, I am no longer merely Helen who chose love over duty. I have become Helen who brought war to the world. That is how history will remember me, and perhaps that is what I deserve." "History," Paris said firmly, "is written by those who survive to tell the story. And I intend for us to survive, to live long and well together, and to ensure that our story includes more than just its beginning." The ship sailed on, carrying them toward Troy and toward a destiny that neither could fully imagine. Behind them,
The waters of the Mediterranean sparkled innocently in the sunlight, giving no hint of the fleets that would soon cross them in the opposite direction, bringing war to the shores of Asia. The news of Helen's departure from Sparta spread across Greece with the speed that only scandal can achieve. Messengers rode hard from kingdom to kingdom, carrying word that would transform the political landscape of the ancient world. Helen, the most beautiful woman alive, wife of Menelaus, had fled with a Trojan prince, abandoning her husband, her daughter, and her duties as queen. But it was more than personal betrayal or even royal scandal. It was a violation of the sacred laws of hospitality, those unwritten but inviolable rules that governed relations between kingdoms. Paris had been welcomed as a guest, protected by divine law, trusted with the honor of his hosts. His seduction of Helen was not merely an affair, it was a breaking of bonds that held civilization together. More immediately, it was a triggering of the most binding oath in Greek memory. Menelaus returned to Sparta to find his palace in chaos. Servants whispered in corners, officials avoided his gaze, and the letters Helen had left behind lay on his desk like accusations written in her familiar hand. He read them in private, behind closed doors, and when he emerged hours later, his face bore the terrible calm of a man whose world has ended, but who must continue to function nonetheless. The letter to Hermione he placed in a sealed chest, to be given to his daughter when she came of age. But Helen's letter to him he read again and again, searching for some explanation that would make sense of what had happened, some indication that he had been deceived rather than simply found wanting. There was none. Helen had written with brutal honesty. She had left not because Menelaus had failed as a husband, but because she had discovered a love that made remaining impossible. It was, in its way, the cruelest possible explanation, for it offered him no one to blame except the randomness of fate and the ungovernable nature of the human heart. But blame, Menelaus discovered, was a luxury he could not afford. Whatever his personal pain, he was still a king, and kings must think of kingdoms as well as hearts. Helen's departure was not merely a domestic crisis, it was a political catastrophe that threatened to destabilize the entire Greek world. Within days of his return, Menelaus was riding hard toward Mycenae, toward the court of his brother Agamemnon, who commanded the most powerful kingdom in Greece and whose counsel would be essential in determining how to respond to this unprecedented crisis. Agamemnon received the news of his sister-in-law's departure with the cold calculation of a man who had spent his life turning disasters into opportunities. He listened to Menelaus's account without interruption, asked pointed questions about the political implications, and then delivered his judgment with the authority of a king who had never doubted his own wisdom. "This insult cannot stand," he declared.
If we allow a Trojan prince to steal a Greek queen and face no consequences, what message does that send to every kingdom that borders the Mediterranean? That Greek women are prizes to be taken by foreign princes, that Greek hospitality can be violated with impunity, that sacred oaths mean nothing when challenged by barbarian audacity? But Agamemnon, Menelaus said, though without much conviction, Helen left willingly. She was not dragged away in chains. How can we call it theft when she chose to go? Agamemnon's smile was sharp as a blade. Brother, you think like a husband when you need to think like a king.
Whether Helen went willingly or unwillingly matters less than the fact that she went. The oaths sworn by her suitors did not include exceptions for willing departure. They swore to defend your marriage, to return your wife should anyone take her from you. The Trojans have taken her. The oaths must be honored. It was, Menelaus realized, a masterful reframing of the situation. By focusing on the violation of oaths rather than the betrayal of marriage, Agamemnon had transformed a personal scandal into a matter of Greek honor. The former suitors would be bound by their sacred words, regardless of their private feelings about whether a faithless wife was worth a war. And so the greatest mobilization in Greek history began. Messengers rode out from Mycenae, carrying Agamemnon's summons to every king and prince who had once sworn the oath of Tyndareus. The message was simple and uncompromising. Helen had been taken from her rightful husband by Trojan treachery. The oath they had sworn must now be honored. They were called to assemble their forces and prepare for war. The responses varied, but none could simply refuse. An oath sworn before the gods was not a political alliance that could be abandoned when circumstances changed. It was a sacred bond that carried divine consequences for those who broke it. Nestor of Pylos, now aged but still sharp of mind, was among the first to answer the call. He arrived in Mycenae with a contingent of experienced warriors and ships that had been weathering storms since before many of the other kings were born. His presence lent gravity and legitimacy to Agamemnon's cause. When Nestor supported a war, other kings listened. Diomedes of Argos came with enthusiasm that bordered on eagerness. He was young, ambitious, and possessed of the kind of confidence that sees war as an opportunity for glory rather than a tragedy to be avoided. His forces were among the finest in Greece, and his personal reputation as a warrior was already formidable despite his youth. Ajax the Greater brought the warriors of Salamis, men renowned for their skill with spear and shield. Ajax himself was a living legend, a man whose size and strength had passed into the realm of myth even while he still lived. His presence on any battlefield was worth 1,000 ordinary soldiers, and his agreement to join the expedition lent it an aura of inevitable victory. But not all responses were immediate or enthusiastic. Some of the former suitors attempted to find ways to avoid honoring their oath without technically breaking it. Their efforts would become legends in their own right. Odysseus of Ithaca, perhaps the cleverest man in Greece, had no desire to leave his island kingdom, his beloved wife Penelope, and his infant son Telemachus for a war that might last years. When Agamemnon's messengers arrived in Ithaca, they found Odysseus ploughing his fields with a most unusual team, an ox and a donkey yoked together, casting salt instead of seed into the furrows. The king, the messengers were told, had gone mad. He no longer recognized friend from foe, no longer understood the responsibilities of kingship. Clearly he was unfit for military service. It was a clever stratagem, but Agamemnon had sent more than ordinary messengers to Ithaca. Palamedes, himself renowned for his intelligence, accompanied the delegation, and he was not fooled by Odysseus's performance. While Odysseus continued his mad ploughing, apparently oblivious to their presence, Palamedes quietly lifted the infant Telemachus from his cradle and placed the child directly in the path of the plough. Odysseus immediately swerved to avoid his son, revealing that his madness was feigned. His sanity proven, his oath invoked, he had no choice but to join the expedition. But he never forgave Palamedes for the trick, and his revenge would come later at great cost to both of them. The most difficult recruitment involved Achilles, son of Peleus, and the sea nymph Thetis. Thetis had received a prophecy regarding her son. He could live a long, peaceful life in obscurity, or he could go to war and win eternal glory at the cost of an early death. Determined to preserve her son's life, she had hidden him on the island of Scyros, disguised as a girl among the daughters of King Lycomedes. Finding Achilles required all of Odysseus's legendary cunning. Arriving at Scyros, he presented himself as a merchant with goods to sell to the royal household. Among his wares were typical feminine accessories, jewelry, cosmetics, fine fabrics, but also a sword and spear of exceptional craftsmanship. As the king's daughters examined the merchant's goods, one of them immediately gravitated toward the weapons, handling them with a familiarity that betrayed years of training. When Odysseus suddenly had a horn blown to simulate an attack on the palace, the same maiden instinctively grabbed the sword and spear, ready to defend against enemies that did not exist. Achilles' disguise was revealed, and with it, his destiny. Despite his mother's tears and prophecies of doom, he agreed to join the expedition. Indeed, he seemed eager for it, driven by that peculiar mixture of bravado and fatalism that belongs to the very young and the very gifted. As the various Greek kingdoms responded to Agamemnon's summons, the scope of the gathering force became clear. This would not be a simple punitive expedition or a brief show of force. The oath of Tyndareus had bound together every major power in the Greek world, creating an alliance of unprecedented size and strength. The assembly point was established at Aulis, a harbour on the eastern coast of Boeotia that could accommodate the massive fleet that was gathering. Ships arrived daily, sleek warships designed for speed and ramming, broad-beam transports capable of carrying horses and siege equipment, supply vessels loaded with grain and weapons and all the countless necessities of a major military expedition. The army that gathered at Aulis was unlike anything the world had ever seen. Conservative estimates put the force at over 100,000 men, though the poets would later claim numbers twice that size. They came from every corner of the Greek world, bronze-armored Mycenaeans, hardy islanders from the Aegean, mountain warriors from the northern kingdoms, and seasoned fighters from the old Minoan territories in Crete. Homer would later claim that 1,000 ships assembled at Aulis, and while the exact number remains lost to history, the fleet was certainly massive enough to darken the sea from horizon to horizon when it finally set sail. These were not primitive vessels, but sophisticated warships built by craftsmen who understood the arts of naval warfare, ships capable of crossing the Mediterranean in any weather, of landing troops on hostile shores, of maintaining a siege that might last for years. But gathering such a force presented challenges that went far beyond logistics. These were not professional soldiers serving a unified command, but warriors from dozens of different kingdoms, each with its own customs, dialects, and traditional rivalries. The potential for conflict within the alliance was as great as the threat they faced from their common enemy. Agamemnon's authority as overall commander was accepted, but not without grumbling. He was the most powerful individual king, but he was not emperor of Greece. There was no such position. His leadership depended on the continued consent of his peers, and that consent could not be taken for granted. Territorial disputes arose almost immediately. Whose ships would have the honor of leading the fleet? Which kingdoms would be assigned the most prestigious positions in the battle line? How would spoils be divided after victory? These were not trivial questions to men whose honor and reputation depended on public recognition of their status. Personal rivalries complicated matters further. Old grudges between kingdoms, disputes over trade routes, competitions for prestige, all of these simmered beneath the surface of the alliance, threatening to break it apart before it could even reach Troy. And then there were the practical problems of maintaining such a large force. The countryside around Aulis was stripped bare within weeks as the army consumed everything edible within a day's march. Supply lines stretched back across Greece as kingdoms struggled to keep their forces fed and equipped. Disease began to spread through the overcrowded camps, and discipline became increasingly difficult to maintain as boredom and frustration took their toll on warriors who had expected to sail immediately for Troy. But the greatest problem was one that no amount of planning could have anticipated. The winds stopped blowing. Day after day, the fleet sat motionless in the harbour, while the sea lay flat as a mirror, under cloudless skies. No breath of wind stirred the surface of the water, no current moved the ships from their anchorages. It was as though the very elements had conspired to prevent the expedition from departing. The Greeks, being a religious people who saw divine will in everything from the flight of birds to the patterns of lightning, understood that this was no mere meteorological phenomenon. The gods were displeased, and until that displeasure was addressed, no wind would fill their sails. Calchas, the army's chief seer, was consulted. Through various forms of divination, examining the entrails of sacrificed animals, interpreting the behavior of sacred birds, reading signs in smoke and flame, he sought to determine which deity had been offended and what price would be required to appease them. The answer he delivered would test the unity of the Greek alliance and reveal just how much they were willing to sacrifice for their war against Troy. "Artemis, goddess of the hunt, has been offended," Calchas declared before the assembled kings. "Agamemnon has committed sacrilege against her, and she demands satisfaction before she will allow the winds to blow." All eyes turned to Agamemnon, who had gone pale at the seer's words. He knew exactly what offence Calchas meant, though he had hoped it might be overlooked or forgiven. During a hunt several days earlier, Agamemnon had killed a magnificent stag in a grove sacred to Artemis. Worse, in the flush of his hunting success, he had boasted that he was a better hunter than the goddess herself, words that would have been hubris from any mortal, but were particularly offensive when spoken by a king who was supposed to set an example of proper reverence for the gods. "What satisfaction does she demand?" Agamemnon asked, though the tremor in his voice suggested he already suspected the answer. Calchas's reply fell like a thunderbolt across the assembly. "She demands the sacrifice of your daughter Iphigenia. Only royal blood can wash away the stain of your offense. Only the death of what you hold most precious can demonstrate your commitment to this war." The silence that followed was absolute. Sacrifice of animals to appease the gods was common, expected, normal. Sacrifice of humans was not unknown, but it was reserved for the most extreme circumstances, and the sacrifice of one's own child by a father's hand represented the very boundary between civilization and barbarism. Agamemnon stared at the seer as though the man had suggested he burn down his own palace. Iphigenia was his eldest daughter, barely 16, beloved not only by her father but by everyone who knew her. She was intelligent, kind, beautiful, and entirely innocent of any wrongdoing that might warrant such a fate. "There must be another way," Agamemnon said, but his voice lacked conviction. He had spent enough years dealing with the gods to know that they rarely offered alternatives when they demanded specific prices. "My lord," Calchas replied with genuine sympathy, "I report only what the goddess requires. If there were any other sacrifice that would serve, any other way to appease her wrath, I would gladly speak it, but Artemis has been explicit in her demands." The debate that followed revealed the fault lines within the Greek alliance. Some argued that no war was worth the sacrifice of an innocent child, that they should abandon the expedition and return to their kingdoms. Others maintained that turning back now would be seen as cowardice, that their reputations and the honor of Greece itself depended on fulfilling their oath to Menelaus. Menelaus himself was torn between loyalty to his brother and horror at what was being demanded. He had never asked for his niece to die for his sake, had never imagined that his personal tragedy would require such a price from his family. But it was Odysseus who provided the argument that would ultimately prove decisive. Rising before the assembly, he spoke with the cold logic that had made him famous. "My lords, we are faced with a choice that will define not just our own reputations, but the future of Greece itself. If we abandon this expedition now, if we return to our kingdoms without attempting to reclaim Helen, or punish the Trojans for their offence, what message does that send to every barbarian kingdom that looks toward Greek shores with hungry eyes? He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. They will see that Greeks can be insulted with impunity, that our oaths mean nothing when tested, that our alliances dissolve at the first sign of difficulty. How long before Trojan ships appear in our harbours, carrying not diplomats but raiders? How long before other kingdoms decide that Greek wealth and Greek women are prizes to be taken by whoever has the courage to reach for them? It was a masterful speech, transforming the question from whether Iphigenia should die to whether Greece would survive as a power in the world. When framed in those terms, the choice became easier, if no less horrific. Agamemnon wrestled with the decision for 3 more days, but the pressure from his fellow kings was relentless. Finally, with the resignation of a man accepting his own damnation, he agreed to summon his daughter to Aulis. The message sent to Mycenae was a lie wrapped in a necessary deception. Iphigenia was told that she was to be married to Achilles, the greatest hero of the age, and that her presence was required for the wedding ceremony before the fleet departed for Troy. It was an honour any young woman would be thrilled to receive, an explanation that would bring her willingly to her fate. Iphigenia arrived at Aulis with the excitement of a bride-to-be, accompanied by her mother Clytemnestra and a retinue appropriate for a royal wedding. She was radiant with happiness, chattering about her future with the famous Achilles, completely unaware that she was travelling to her own execution. The deception held until the very last moment. Only when Iphigenia was led to the altar, only when she saw the sacrificial knife in her father's trembling hand, did she understand the truth. Her pleas for mercy, her bewildered questions about why this was happening, her final acceptance of a fate she could not escape, these became the stuff of tragedy that would be retold for centuries to come. Different versions of the myth offer different endings to Iphigenia's story. In some, she is actually sacrificed, her blood staining the altar as the price for favourable winds. In others, Artemis relents at the last moment, spiriting the girl away to serve as her priestess and leaving a deer in her place. But regardless of whether Iphigenia actually died, the sacrifice marked a turning point for the Greek alliance. They had proven their commitment to the war in the most dramatic way possible. They had chosen honor over humanity, reputation over family, the demands of kingship over the instincts of fatherhood. As Calchas had promised, the winds returned. Strong, steady breezes filled the sails of 1,000 ships, and the greatest armada in history finally set sail from Aulis toward the distant shores of Troy.
But the expedition carried with it more than just warriors and weapons. It carried the weight of what they had been willing to do to launch their war, the knowledge that they had already paid a price in innocent blood that would have to be justified by victory. Behind them, Clytemnestra returned to Mycenae with murder in her heart and a plan for revenge that would destroy the house of Atreus for generations to come. Ahead of them lay Troy, magnificent and confident behind its god-built walls, unaware that the greatest siege in history was approaching across the wine-dark sea. The die was cast, the winds were blowing,
And the Trojan War had truly begun. The first sight of Troy from the deck of a Greek warship was enough to give even the most confident warrior pause. Rising from the coastal plain like something from a divine vision, the city commanded the approaches to the Hellespont with the natural authority of a fortress built by gods, which, according to myth, it literally was. The walls that encircled Troy were unlike anything in the Greek world. Constructed from massive limestone blocks fitted together so perfectly that not even a knife blade could slip between them, They rose to heights that made them seem to scrape the belly of the sky itself. Apollo and Poseidon were said to have built these fortifications when they served King Laomedon as punishment for offending Zeus, and the divine craftsmanship showed in every stone. The city within those walls sprawled across several hills, its buildings rising in terraces that caught and reflected the morning light like a cascade of marble and gold. At the highest point stood the citadel of Pergamon, where King Priam's palace looked out over the approaches from both land and sea. Towers and temples dotted the skyline, their roofs gleaming with bronze and silver, while smoke from countless cooking fires and workshops created a haze that spoke of a prosperous, populous city confident in its own strength. But it was not just the physical aspect of Troy that awed the approaching Greeks. It was the realization that they were looking at one of the great cities of the world, a center of trade and culture that had stood for centuries and showed every sign of standing for centuries more. This was not some barbarian stronghold or upstart settlement. This was a civilization as old and proud as their own, and it would not fall easily. The Greek fleet, stretched across the horizon in a formation that was itself a work of military art, approached the Trojan coast with a caution born of respect for their enemies' capabilities. Agamemnon had positioned his own ships at the center of the formation, with the various allied contingents arranged according to their status and the tactical requirements of the coming landing. The Trojans, meanwhile, were not caught unprepared. Troy's position at the mouth of the Hellespont meant that its sentries could see ships approaching from far out at sea, and messengers had long since carried word to the city of the massive fleet bearing down on them. King Priam had called in his allies, summoned his forces, and prepared his defences with the thoroughness of a ruler who had not kept his throne for 40 years by taking chances. The initial landing was a masterpiece of military coordination. The Greeks had chosen a stretch of beach several miles from the city walls, far enough away to avoid the worst of the Trojan missile fire, but close enough to establish a secure beachhead. The first wave consisted of the fastest ships carrying the most elite warriors, their mission to secure the landing zone and hold it against counterattack while the main force came ashore. Achilles was among the first to leap from his ship into the surf, his bronze armor gleaming in the morning sun as he led his myrmidons up the beach toward the line of Trojan defenders who had rushed to oppose the landing. The sight of the greatest warrior in the world charging toward them with his terrible war cry echoing across the water was enough to shake the resolve of even veteran soldiers. But the Trojans were not easily intimidated. Led by Hector, the eldest son of Priam and the finest warrior in the city, they met the Greek assault with a courage and skill that immediately demonstrated why this siege would not be the swift victory some of the Greeks had anticipated. The battle for the beachhead raged for most of the day, a brutal affair of spear thrusts and shield work, of men falling in the surf to stain the waves red with their blood. The Greeks had the advantage of numbers and the momentum of their assault, but the Trojans fought with the desperate courage of men defending their homeland and knew every fold of ground, every advantageous position. By sunset, the Greeks had established their foothold on Trojan soil, but at a cost that sobered even the most optimistic among them. Hundreds of their finest warriors lay dead or dying on the blood-soaked sand, and the Trojans had withdrawn to their city walls in good order, having demonstrated that they would contest every foot of ground. Over the following weeks, the pattern of the war began to establish itself. The Greeks built a fortified camp along the beach, protected by earthworks and palisades, with their ships drawn up on the shore behind defensive barriers. From this base, they launched raids against Trojan positions, probing for weaknesses in the city's defenses, while the Trojans sallied forth to harry the besiegers and disrupt their attempts to establish a complete blockade. The siege of Troy settled into the grinding, attritional warfare that would characterize most of its 10-year duration. Neither side had the strength to achieve a decisive victory quickly, but neither was weak enough to be easily defeated. The result was a war of endurance, a test of which civilization could maintain its resolve longer. For the Greeks, the challenge was maintaining unity and morale among an alliance of independent kingdoms thousands of miles from home. The various contingents had their own traditions, their own ideas about tactics and strategy, their own ambitions and grievances. Agamemnon's authority as supreme commander was accepted but not unquestioned, and the potential for the alliance to fragment under stress was always present. The physical challenges were equally daunting. Supplying an army of 100,000 men required a constant stream of ships carrying grain, meat, wine, weapons, and all the countless necessities of military life. These supply lines stretched back across the Mediterranean to every Greek kingdom, making them vulnerable to storms, pirates, and enemy action. Disease was a constant threat in the crowded camps, where men lived in close quarters with inadequate sanitation. Dysentery, typhus, and various fevers regularly swept through the army, sometimes claiming more lives than enemy action. The Greeks had to maintain constant vigilance against epidemic outbreaks that could cripple their fighting capacity. For the Trojans, the challenge was different but no less severe. While they had the advantage of fighting from behind impregnable walls, they were also trapped within those walls, cut off from their traditional trade routes and sources of supply. The city that had grown wealthy from commerce now had to sustain itself entirely from its own resources and whatever aid its allies could provide. The siege was not a complete blockade. No army of that era had the manpower to completely encircle a city the size of Troy, but it was effective enough to strangle most of the trade that had been the source of Trojan prosperity. Caravans from the interior still occasionally broke through the Greek lines, and fast ships could sometimes run the blockade under cover of darkness, but these were exceptions rather than the rule. Within the city, Priam proved himself to be a ruler of remarkable skill and determination. Despite his advanced age, he was said to be over 60, ancient by Bronze Age standards. He maintained the morale of his people and the loyalty of his allies through a combination of personal charisma, political acumen, and unwavering resolve. His son Hector emerged as not just the military leader of the Trojan defense, but as its heart and soul. Unlike Achilles, who fought for personal glory, or Agamemnon, who fought for political advantage, Hector fought for something simpler and more powerful: love of home and family. He was a man who could be found playing with his infant son in the morning and leading desperate charges against overwhelming odds in the afternoon, never losing sight of what he was fighting to protect. The early years of the siege were marked by a series of encounters that would become legendary, as individual heroes from both sides sought to prove their worth in single combat. These duels were not mere displays of martial skill, but served important morale and propaganda purposes, demonstrating the superiority of one side's champions over the others. Ajax the Greater faced various Trojan heroes in combats that could last from dawn to dusk, his massive shield and incredible strength making him nearly invulnerable to conventional weapons. Diomedes proved himself capable of wounding even gods, driving Aphrodite from the battlefield when she attempted to protect her son Aeneas, and later facing even Ares himself in combat. But it was the growing rivalry between Achilles and Hector that captured the imagination of both armies. These were the two greatest warriors of their respective sides, men whose very names were enough to inspire courage in their followers and terror in their enemies. Every encounter between them, and there were several during the early years of the siege, was watched by thousands of spectators from both camps, eager to witness what they knew would be combat of legendary proportions. Yet neither man could gain a decisive advantage over the other. They were too evenly matched, too skilled, too blessed by the gods to allow for easy victory. Their duels typically ended with both men exhausted but undefeated, adding to their mutual reputations while settling nothing. As the siege dragged on, both sides began to seek advantage through alliances and diplomacy as much as through direct military action. The Greeks launched expeditions against Troy's allies, seeking to isolate the city by eliminating sources of support and supply. Trojan gold, meanwhile, worked to turn some of the Greek allies against Agamemnon, exploiting the tensions and rivalries within the coalition. These peripheral campaigns often proved as important as the main siege. When the Greeks captured the island of Tenedos, they gained a secure base for their supply operations and denied the Trojans a potential refuge for their ships. When they sacked the city of Thebes and killed its king Eetion, father of Hector's wife Andromache, they not only acquired considerable booty but also struck a psychological blow against Trojan morale. The capture of Lyrnessus brought the Greeks not just gold and supplies, but also captives who would prove crucial to the later development of the war. Among these was Briseis, a young woman of royal blood who would become Achilles' concubine and the source of the conflict that nearly destroyed the Greek alliance. But for every Greek success, the Trojans had their own victories to celebrate. Hector led successful sorties that burned Greek ships and killed Greek heroes, proving that the besiegers were not invulnerable. Trojan allies continued to arrive with fresh troops and supplies, demonstrating that the city still commanded loyalty and support across the region. Most importantly, the walls of Troy remained unbreached. Every direct assault the Greeks launched against them failed, often with heavy casualties. The divine craftsmanship that had gone into their construction proved its worth time and again as Greek siege engines shattered against stones that seemed to have been blessed by the gods themselves. As the war entered its 5th year, then its 7th, both sides began to show the strain of prolonged conflict. The original enthusiasm that had driven men to sail across the Mediterranean in pursuit of glory had given way to grim determination, then to simple endurance. Heroes had fallen, kingdoms had been impoverished by the cost of maintaining forces so far from home, and an entire generation of young men had known nothing but war. Yet neither side was willing to accept defeat. For the Greeks, too much blood had been spilled, too much treasure expended, too many reputations staked on victory to allow for anything but total success. For the Trojans, there could be no negotiation with an enemy that demanded the destruction of their city and the enslavement of their people. The siege had become its own world, with its own rhythms and customs, its own heroes and villains. Men who had been boys when the war began were now grizzled veterans. Children born in the Greek camps had never known any home but the wind-swept beaches outside Troy's walls. The war had taken on a life of its own, sustained by momentum and memory, rather than by any clear hope of resolution. But beneath the surface of this grinding stalemate, tensions were building that would soon explode into conflicts that would dwarf even the great battles of the siege's early years. The greatest of these tensions centered on the relationship between Agamemnon and Achilles, two men whose mutual antagonism would nearly destroy the Greek cause and ultimately reshape the entire course of the war. If the Trojan War had a turning point, a moment when the grinding stalemate of the siege transformed into something approaching its mythic climax, it came not from any grand strategy or divine intervention, but from a quarrel between two proud men over a woman neither of them loved. The 9th year of the siege had brought the Greeks their greatest success yet in the peripheral campaigns that had become as important as the siege itself. A coordinated assault on the cities of Lyrnessus and Pedasus had not only netted considerable treasure, but had also dealt a significant blow to Trojan morale by demonstrating that their allies were not invulnerable to Greek arms. Among the captives taken in these raids were two women, whose beauty and noble bearing marked them as prizes worthy of the greatest warriors. Chryseis, daughter of Chryses, priest of Apollo, was awarded to Agamemnon as befitted his status as supreme commander. Briseis, a cousin of the slain king of Lyrnessus, was given to Achilles in recognition of his paramount role in the victory. To modern sensibilities, the treatment of these women as spoils of war is difficult to comprehend, but in the Bronze Age world, such practices were considered normal and even necessary. Captive women of noble birth were not seen merely as slaves but as concubines whose status reflected the honor and success of their captors. They were, in their way, living trophies that demonstrated the prowess of the warriors who claimed them. Both Chryseis and Briseis adapted to their circumstances with the resigned dignity that was expected of royal women. They understood the harsh realities of war and accepted their fate as part of the natural order of things, but their presence in the Greek camp would soon prove to be far more consequential than anyone could have anticipated. The crisis began when Chryses, the old priest of Apollo, arrived at the Greek camp bearing the sacred symbols of his office and a substantial ransom for his daughter's return. He was a figure who commanded respect even from enemies, elderly, dignified, obviously devoted to his child, and protected by the sacred immunity that belonged to priests of the gods. Approaching the Greek leadership with all appropriate ceremony, Chryses made his plea with the eloquence of a man who had spent his life mediating between mortals and immortals. "Great kings of the Greeks," he said, his voice carrying despite his advanced years, "I come before you not as an enemy, but as a father. My daughter Chryseis has been taken in the fortunes of war, and I accept that such things happen when cities fall to mighty warriors, but I offer you ransom worthy of her noble birth, gold and silver, fine robes, and treasures from Apollo's temple. I ask only for what any father would ask, the return of his child." It was a reasonable request, presented with dignity and backed by substantial compensation. Most of the Greek leadership was inclined to accept it. The ransom offered was worth considerably more than any individual captive, and returning a priest's daughter would demonstrate the kind of piety that might earn divine favor for their cause. But Agamemnon's response revealed the corrosive effect that nearly a decade of war had had on his character. Where once he had been merely arrogant, he had become cruel. Where once he had been proud, he had become vicious.
The pressures of command, the frustrations of the endless siege, and the constant need to maintain his authority over fractious allies had transformed him into something harder and more bitter than the man who had first called the Greeks to war. "Old man," Agamemnon said, his voice dripping with contempt, "you mistake me for someone who cares about your paternal feelings. Your daughter is mine now, taken by right of conquest, and she will remain mine for as long as I find her useful. I suggest you return to your temple and make sacrifices for her continued health, because if I see you in my camp again,
neither your age nor your sacred office will protect you from my displeasure." The public humiliation of a priest was shocking even by the standards of Bronze Age warfare. Chryses was a holy man, protected by divine law, and his treatment reflected poorly not just on Agamemnon, but on the entire Greek cause. The assembled kings shifted uncomfortably as the old priest withdrew with what dignity he could muster, but none dared challenge Agamemnon's decision directly. Chryses returned to his temple and did indeed make sacrifices, but not for his daughter's health. Instead, he called upon Apollo to avenge the insult done to his priest and his family, offering up precious incense and costly offerings while praying for divine retribution against the Greeks who had spurned his reasonable request. Apollo's response was swift and terrible. Within days of Chryses' prayer, a plague struck the Greek camp with devastating force. Men who had survived years of combat began dying in agony, their bodies racked with fever and covered in painful boils. The disease spread with the inexorable efficiency of divine wrath, claiming not just ordinary soldiers but heroes and kings. The Greeks understood immediately that this was no natural pestilence. The arrows of Apollo were falling among them like silver death, and no mortal medicine could provide protection against the god's anger. Animals died alongside men, the air grew thick with the smoke of funeral pyres, and panic began to spread through the camps as quickly as the disease itself. For 9 days the plague raged, and on the 10th Achilles called an assembly of the army. As the greatest warrior among the Greeks, he had the authority to do so, though it represented a direct challenge to Agamemnon's leadership that did not go unnoticed. "My friends," Achilles said, addressing the surviving leadership of the army, "we are being destroyed not by Trojan spears, but by divine wrath. Some god has been offended, and until we determine what offense has been given and how it can be remedied, we will continue to die like cattle in a slaughterhouse. I suggest we consult our seers and determine what price must be paid to end this catastrophe." Calchas, the army's chief seer, was summoned to interpret the signs and determine the source of divine displeasure. But the old prophet hesitated, clearly reluctant to speak what he had discerned through his divination. "Speak freely," Achilles assured him. "Whatever the truth may be, it must be told if we are to save what remains of our army." "The plague comes from Apollo," Calchas said reluctantly, "in response to the prayer of his priest Chryses. The god is angry that his servant was insulted and his reasonable request denied. The pestilence will continue until Chryseis is returned to her father without ransom, and appropriate sacrifices are made to appease Apollo's wrath." The pronouncement fell like a thunderbolt across the assembly. Every eye turned to Agamemnon, whose face had gone white with fury. To return Chryseis would be to admit error publicly, to acknowledge that his judgment had been wrong and his treatment of the priest improper. For a king whose authority depended on the perception of infallibility, such an admission would be catastrophically damaging. But the alternative was the continued destruction of the army he commanded. Already 1/10 of his forces were dead or dying, and the plague showed no signs of abating. If it continued much longer, there might not be a Greek army left to command. Agamemnon's response revealed the full extent of his transformation from respected king to petty tyrant. "So," he said, his voice shaking with rage, "the priest's daughter must be returned. My prize, won by my leadership and my army's valor, must be given up to appease a god's wounded pride. Very well. I will return the girl because the survival of this expedition requires it, but I will not be the only king to suffer loss. If my prize is taken from me, I will take another in compensation." He turned to look directly at Achilles, and his intention became clear to everyone present. "You, son of Peleus, who called this assembly and forced this humiliation upon me, you will provide the compensation. I will take Briseis from you, that you too might learn what it means to lose what you have fairly won." The demand was outrageous by every standard of Bronze Age honor. A king's prize was his own, awarded by right of conquest, confirmed by the agreement of his peers. For one king to simply take another's rightful spoils was unprecedented, a violation of the customs that held the Greek alliance together. More than that, it was a deliberate insult to Achilles' status and reputation. Briseis was not just a woman, but a symbol of his prowess in battle, recognition of his contribution to the Greek cause. To take her was to publicly diminish his honor and suggest that his service was less valuable than Agamemnon's authority. Achilles' response was everything that those who knew him might have expected, and everything that Agamemnon should have feared. "You shameless drunk," Achilles said, his voice carrying the deadly quiet that precedes violence. "You who have the eyes of a dog and the heart of a deer, when have you ever armed yourself and fought alongside your men? You lack the courage to face Trojan's spears, so you make war on your own allies instead. You devour your people like a king who rules over nothing. And now you would steal from those who have actually earned their prizes through blood and sweat." The insults were devastating, made worse by their accuracy. Agamemnon was indeed a commander who preferred to direct battles from a safe distance, and his courage was questionable by the standards of heroes like Achilles. But to say such things publicly in front of the assembled leadership of the army was to cross a line that could never be uncrossed. Agamemnon's face flushed with humiliation and rage. "You may be the best of the Achaeans with a spear," he snarled,
"but you are still bound by the same obligations as any other king in this army. You will give up the girl, and you will do so without further argument, or you will face the consequences of defying my authority." What happened next would be debated by storytellers and historians for centuries to come. Achilles' hand moved to the hilt of his sword, and for a moment it seemed that the greatest warrior in the world would draw his blade and settle the argument in the most direct possible way. Agamemnon, for his part, reached for his own weapon, apparently willing to test his skills against the man whose prowess in combat was legendary.
Had they fought, there could have been only one outcome. Achilles was the superior warrior by far, blessed by the gods with strength and speed that bordered on the superhuman. But killing Agamemnon would have shattered the Greek alliance and ended any hope of taking Troy, a victory that would have been meaningless in the larger context of the war. Instead, Achilles made a choice that was both more subtle and more devastating in its long-term consequences. He withdrew his hand from his sword hilt and stepped back, but his eyes never left Agamemnon's face. "Take her then," he said, his voice carrying a cold finality that made several of the watching kings shiver. "Take Briseis and add her to your collection of prizes won by other men's efforts. But know this, son of Atreus, from this moment forward you will receive no aid from me. I will not fight for you, I will not counsel you, I will not lift a finger to help your cause. Let us see how well your authority serves you when the Trojans come calling and the best of the Achaeans is nowhere to be found." The threat was unprecedented in its implications. Achilles was not just withdrawing from active combat, he was effectively seceding from the Greek alliance, taking with him not only his own formidable skills, but the entire contingent of myrmidons who followed him. At a stroke, Agamemnon's army would lose perhaps a tenth of its most effective fighters. "Fine words from a coward," Agamemnon replied, though his voice lacked conviction. "We will do well enough without your participation. Perhaps the rest of us will finally receive proper credit for our efforts without having to compete with your endless boasting about your achievements." But even as he spoke, Agamemnon understood the magnitude of the disaster his pride had brought upon the Greek cause. Achilles was not just the greatest warrior among them, he was a symbol of their strength, a living reminder that they possessed heroes the Trojans could not match. His withdrawal would be a catastrophic blow to Greek morale and a corresponding boost to their enemies. Yet it was too late to withdraw the demand without losing face completely. Agamemnon had publicly claimed the right to take Briseis, and to reverse himself now would be seen as capitulation to Achilles' threats. His authority as supreme commander would be fatally undermined, and the alliance might fragment anyway, as other kings concluded that their own interests would be better served by independent action, and so the die was cast. Chryseis was returned to her father with appropriate ceremony, and the plague that had devastated the Greek army finally came to an end. But the price of Apollo's forgiveness proved to be higher than anyone had anticipated, for it had also cost the Greeks their greatest warrior. Achilles returned to his camp and his ships, but he did not depart for home, as some had feared he might. Instead, he remained at Troy, a brooding presence on the periphery of the war, neither participating in Greek victories nor celebrating their defeats. His myrmidons followed his lead, maintaining their equipment and their training, but refusing to take part in any military action. The taking of Briseis was carried out with all the formality that Agamemnon could muster, as though treating the theft as a legal proceeding might somehow legitimize it. A delegation of heralds came to Achilles' camp to claim the woman, and Achilles surrendered her without resistance, though his eyes, those who witnessed the scene reported, burned with a cold fury that was more frightening than any display of rage. "Take her," he told the heralds, "and tell your master that he has won this encounter, but also tell him that the day will come when the Greeks will need Achilles, son of Peleus, and on that day they will find me unavailable. When Hector is burning your ships and slaughtering your comrades, remember this moment and know that your commander's pride was worth more to him than your lives." With Briseis gone and his honor publicly trampled, Achilles retreated to his tent and refused all contact with the outside world. He would not attend councils of war, would not participate in diplomatic missions, would not even emerge to greet the various delegations that came seeking to heal the breach between him and Agamemnon. He had withdrawn not just from the war, but from the world itself, nursing his wounded pride like a man tending a mortal injury. The impact on Greek morale was immediate and severe. Word of the quarrel spread through the camps with the speed that only gossip can achieve, and every version of the story made Agamemnon appear more unreasonable and Achilles more justified in his withdrawal. Ordinary soldiers began to question whether their cause was worth fighting for if their own leaders could not maintain even basic standards of justice among themselves. More ominously, news of the Greek disunity inevitably reached Trojan ears. Hector, ever alert to opportunities to exploit enemy weaknesses, began planning more aggressive sorties against the Greek positions. If the greatest of the Greek warriors had withdrawn from the conflict, this might be the moment to strike a decisive blow against the besiegers. The war was about to enter a new and more terrible phase, one in which the absence of a single man would prove as consequential as the presence of entire armies. Achilles had withdrawn from the conflict, but his withdrawal would paradoxically make him the most important figure in determining its outcome. The stage was set for the events that would transform a grinding siege into the climactic struggle that would be remembered for millennia. Achilles sat in his tent, nursing his wrath like a sacred fire, while outside the greatest war in mythological history prepared to reach its turning point. With Achilles and his myrmidons withdrawn from active participation, the character of the war began to change in ways that no one could have fully anticipated. The Greeks had grown accustomed to having the world's greatest warrior as their trump card, a hero whose mere presence on the battlefield could turn the tide of any encounter. Without him, they discovered just how much their strategy and morale had come to depend on that single, irreplaceable asset. Hector, meanwhile, proved himself to be not just a great warrior, but a brilliant military strategist. He had spent 9 years studying Greek tactics, learning the strengths and weaknesses of their various commanders, and waiting for an opportunity to exploit a significant advantage. Achilles' withdrawal provided exactly the opening he had been seeking. The first major engagement after the quarrel between Achilles and Agamemnon demonstrated the new reality of the war with brutal clarity. Hector led a carefully planned assault against the Greek fortifications, timing his attack to coincide with a moment when several of the key Greek heroes were absent on raiding missions. Without Achilles to anchor their defense, the Greeks found themselves pushed back steadily toward their ships. Ajax, the Greater, performed heroically, wielding his massive shield like a moving wall and holding his section of the line through sheer determination and skill. Diomedes rallied his men time and again, leading countercharges that temporarily halted the Trojan advance. But individual heroism, however magnificent, could not compensate for the absence of the one man whose name alone had been worth 1,000 ordinary soldiers. By the end of the day, the Greeks had been forced to abandon their forward positions and retreat to the immediate vicinity of their ships. It was the first time in the entire siege that they had been pushed back so far, and the psychological impact was devastating. Soldiers who had grown confident in their ultimate victory began to whisper about the possibility of defeat, while the Trojans celebrated their success with a jubilation they had not felt in years. The pattern continued over the following weeks. Without Achilles to provide the decisive edge in major battles, the Greeks found themselves fighting a much more even conflict. And in an even conflict, the Trojans had significant advantages. They were fighting for their homes and families, they knew the terrain intimately, and they could retreat behind impregnable walls whenever the pressure became too great. More importantly, they were united under a single command structure, while the Greeks were struggling with increasingly visible cracks in their alliance. Agamemnon's authority had been severely damaged by his quarrel with Achilles, and other kings began to question his decisions more openly. Some suggested that a new supreme commander should be chosen, others argued that the expedition should be abandoned entirely and the army returned to Greece. The crisis deepened when Trojan pressure forced the Greeks to begin burning their own ships to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. The sight of Greek vessels going up in flames on the beaches where they had been drawn up for 9 years was a shock that reverberated through both camps. For the Greeks, it represented the potential loss of their only means of escape. For the Trojans, it was proof that their enemies were not invincible. It was at this point, with the Greek cause seeming to teeter on the edge of complete collapse, that Agamemnon finally swallowed his pride enough to attempt reconciliation with Achilles. The king, who had been too proud to return a priest's daughter without compensation, now found himself desperate enough to offer almost anything to regain the services of his greatest warrior. The embassy sent to Achilles consisted of 3 men chosen for their diplomatic skills and their personal relationships with the hero: Odysseus, whose silver tongue could persuade stones to weep; Ajax, the Greater, whose straightforward honesty commanded universal respect; and Phoenix, the old tutor, who had helped raise Achilles from childhood. They found Achilles in his tent, playing a lyre and singing songs of ancient heroes, a poignant image that would be remembered by poets for centuries to come. Here was the greatest warrior in the world, occupying himself with music, while his former comrades died on the battlefield, just beyond the range of his voice. The offers they brought from Agamemnon were spectacular in their generosity. The king promised to return Briseis, swearing an oath that he had never touched her inappropriately. He offered treasures beyond counting: gold and silver, fine weapons and armor, horses and chariots, and even cities that would be given to Achilles after the war's end. He promised one of his own daughters in marriage with a dowry that would make Achilles one of the wealthiest men in Greece. It was, by any objective measure, compensation far beyond what honor required for the original insult. Any reasonable man would have accepted such terms and rejoined the war with his reputation enhanced by Agamemnon's public acknowledgement of his worth. But Achilles was not feeling reasonable. His response to the embassy's carefully prepared arguments revealed the depth of his wounded pride and the extent to which his withdrawal from the war had become a matter of principle rather than mere pique. "Odysseus," he said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction, "I know that you speak with silver tongue, but there are no words that can repair what has been broken here. Agamemnon has shown his true nature, and no amount of gold can wash away the stain of his insult. He treated me like a common soldier to be commanded rather than a king to be respected, and I will not pretend that his belated recognition of his error erases that humiliation." The hero's rejection of Agamemnon's offer was not based on simple stubbornness, but on a deeper philosophical point about honor and integrity. To Achilles, accepting compensation for public humiliation would be to admit that honor could be bought and sold like any other commodity. It would validate Agamemnon's original assumption that kings could treat their allies however they pleased as long as they were willing to pay for the privilege afterward. Moreover, Achilles continued, "I have had time to think during these weeks of withdrawal, and I have begun to question the entire premise of this war. We are fighting for what exactly? To return a faithless wife to a husband she clearly does not want to live with, to satisfy the wounded pride of kings who are too proud to admit that some insults are better ignored than avenged?" This was perhaps the most shocking aspect of Achilles' response, not just his refusal to rejoin the war, but his questioning of its basic justification. Here was the greatest hero of the age suggesting that the entire expedition might be a mistake, that glory and honor might not be worth the price being paid in blood and suffering. "I have a choice," Achilles said, and his voice grew quieter, more contemplative. "My mother has told me of a prophecy concerning my fate. I can stay here and fight, win eternal glory, and die young, never to see my homeland again, or I can sail home, live a long and peaceful life, and be forgotten by history. For 9 years I chose glory without question, but now I find myself wondering whether a long life spent in obscurity might not be preferable to a short one spent in service to men like Agamemnon." The embassy listened in growing horror as the hero they had come to recruit spoke of abandoning not just this war, but the entire heroic ideal that motivated their civilization. If Achilles, the greatest warrior of the age, was questioning the value of glory and honor, what did that say about the foundations of their society? But their mission was not to engage in philosophical debate, but to secure Achilles' return to active service, and they pressed their case with increasing desperation. Ajax, in particular, appealed to the bonds of comradeship that had united the Greek heroes for 9 years of shared hardship. "Achilles," he said, his voice rough with emotion, "we have been brothers in arms since this war began. We have shared bread and wine, fought side by side, mourned our common dead. Does none of that matter to you? Will you let pride destroy friendships that have been forged in blood and tested in battle?" It was a powerful appeal.
And for a moment Achilles seemed to waver. But then his face hardened again, and his response revealed the depth of his alienation from the cause he had once served. "You speak of brotherhood, Ajax, but where was that brotherhood when Agamemnon publicly humiliated me? Where were my brothers in arms when I needed them to stand up to a tyrant's abuse of power? You all sat silent while I was insulted and robbed, and now you come asking me to forget that betrayal because it's convenient for your cause." The embassy's failure was complete and devastating.
They returned to Agamemnon with the news that Achilles remained unmoved by offers of compensation and appeals to duty. More ominously, they reported that the hero seemed to be questioning not just his participation in this particular war, but his commitment to the entire heroic way of life. The psychological impact on the Greek army was catastrophic. If their greatest warrior was unwilling to fight even when offered magnificent compensation, what hope did they have of ultimate victory? Morale, already damaged by recent military setbacks, plummeted to new lows as word of Achilles' continued refusal spread through the camps. Hector, meanwhile, continued to press his advantage with the skill of a master strategist. He had observed that Greek morale was fragile and their alliance increasingly strained, and he launched a series of carefully coordinated attacks designed to exploit those weaknesses. Rather than seeking a single decisive battle, he wore down Greek resolve through constant pressure, forcing them to fight when they were tired, hungry, and demoralized. The climax of this phase of the war came when Hector led a massive assault that broke through the Greek fortifications and reached their ships. For the first time in the entire siege, Trojan warriors stood on the beaches where the Greek fleet was drawn up, torches in hand and ready to burn the vessels that represented their enemies' only means of escape. The moment represented the closest the Trojans had ever come to achieving total victory. If they could destroy the Greek fleet, they would trap their enemies in hostile territory with no hope of reinforcement or evacuation. The siege would be over, and Troy would have achieved one of the most complete victories in military history. But it was also the moment when the withdrawal of Achilles began to create consequences that even he had not anticipated. Among the Greek warriors fighting desperately to defend their ships was Patroclus, Achilles' closest friend and companion, the man who was perhaps the only person in the world that the hero truly loved. Patroclus had watched the deteriorating situation with growing alarm. He had seen his former comrades falling back day after day, had witnessed the slow collapse of Greek morale, and had understood better than anyone the connection between Achilles' withdrawal and the army's declining fortunes. As the Trojans pressed closer to the ships, he made a decision that would change the course of the war and seal his own tragic fate. Unable to bear watching his friends die while he remained safely in the Myrmidon camp, Patroclus came to Achilles with a desperate proposal. If Achilles would not fight, would he at least lend Patroclus his armor? The sight of what appeared to be Achilles returning to battle might be enough to rally Greek spirits and drive back the Trojan assault. It was a clever plan, and it appealed to Achilles' desire to help his friends without compromising his principles. He could not bring himself to fight for Agamemnon, but he could allow Patroclus to impersonate him in order to save Greek lives. And the deception might provide just enough breathing room for the army to regroup and stabilize their position. "Very well," Achilles agreed, though his voice carried notes of both affection and foreboding. "Take my armor, lead my Myrmidons, and drive the Trojans back from the ships. But Patroclus, I charge you most strictly, do not pursue them beyond the fortifications. Strike once to relieve the pressure, then withdraw. Do not let success make you overconfident, and do not try to be more than you are." It was good advice, the counsel of a veteran warrior who understood the difference between tactical success and strategic victory. But Patroclus, caught up in the excitement of finally taking action after weeks of enforced inactivity, heard only the permission to fight, not the warning about restraint. The impact of Patroclus's appearance on the battlefield, armored in Achilles' distinctive bronze and leading the feared Myrmidons, was everything that had been hoped for and more. Greek warriors who had been retreating in despair suddenly found new heart, while Trojans who had been pressing forward confidently began to fall back in alarm. The psychological effect was immediate and dramatic. It appeared that the greatest warrior in the world had finally returned to save his comrades. Patroclus fought magnificently, inspired by the armor he wore and the desperate nature of the situation. He drove the Trojans back from the ships, killed numerous enemies, and seemed for a few glorious hours to be living up to the reputation of the man he was impersonating. The Greek army rallied around him, and the tide of battle turned decisively in their favor. But success proved to be more dangerous than failure had been. Caught up in the excitement of victory, intoxicated by the cheers of his comrades and the flight of his enemies, Patroclus forgot Achilles' warning about restraint. Instead of withdrawing once the immediate threat to the ships had been eliminated, he pursued the retreating Trojans across the plain toward the walls of their city. It was a fatal mistake. Patroclus was a skilled warrior, but he was not Achilles, and the armor he wore could not give him abilities he did not possess. As he pressed forward, separated from the main body of his support, he attracted the attention of the one man who was capable of seeing through his deception and exploiting his isolation. Hector had initially been as fooled as everyone else by Patroclus's appearance, but as the battle continued, he began to notice subtle differences in fighting style and tactical decision-making. This was not the Achilles he had faced before. This warrior was brave and skilled, but he lacked the supernatural speed and strength that made the real Achilles nearly invincible. When Patroclus pushed too far forward in his pursuit, Hector saw his opportunity and took it. In a confrontation that would be remembered as one of the great single combats of the war, he challenged the disguised warrior to personal battle, confident now that he was facing an impostor rather than the genuine article. The fight was fierce but brief. Patroclus, despite his courage and skill, was no match for Hector's combination of strength, experience, and divine favor. Apollo himself assisted the Trojan prince, first stunning Patroclus with an invisible blow that made him vulnerable, then guiding Hector's spear to its fatal mark. As Patroclus fell, dying in Achilles' armor on the plain before Troy, he managed to speak a final prophecy that would haunt Hector for the brief remainder of his life. "You boast now, Hector, but you will not live long to enjoy this victory. Achilles will come for you, and when he does, neither your skill nor your gods will be enough to save you. This death will be avenged, and your own fate is already written in the stars." Hector, stripping the distinctive armor from Patroclus's body, might have dismissed these words as the ravings of a dying man. But something in the way they were spoken, with the absolute certainty of prophecy rather than the anger of defeat, made them impossible to ignore. Even in his moment of triumph, the Trojan prince felt the cold touch of approaching doom. The news of Patroclus's death reached Achilles like a thunderbolt, shattering his withdrawal and transforming him from a brooding philosopher into an instrument of divine vengeance. The man who had questioned the value of glory and honor was replaced by a hero whose only remaining purpose was to avenge the friend who had died wearing his armor, fighting his battles. The wrath of Achilles, which had been turned against his own allies for months, was now redirected toward its proper target. The greatest warrior in the world was about to rejoin the war, but not as the conflicted hero who had withdrawn in anger. He would return as something more terrible and magnificent, a force of nature bent on vengeance, a hero who had finally chosen glory over long life and would pursue that choice to its ultimate conclusion. The tide of war was about to turn again, but this time it would sweep everything before it like a tsunami of bronze and blood. The keening that arose from the Myrmidon camp when news of Patroclus's death arrived was unlike any sound heard before on the plains of Troy. It was not the normal grief of soldiers mourning a fallen comrade, but something more primal and devastating, the sound of a man's soul being torn apart by loss too great to be borne. Achilles collapsed when he learned of his friend's death, falling to the ground as though struck by a physical blow. The hero, who had never shown fear in the face of any mortal enemy, was unmanned by grief, weeping with the intensity that shocked even his own men. He tore at his hair, covered himself in dust, and cried out with such anguish that his voice could be heard across the entire Greek camp. His mother Thetis, the sea nymph who had given birth to this extraordinary and doomed hero, felt her son's pain as though it were her own. Rising from the depths of the ocean with her sister Nereids, she came to comfort Achilles in his agony, though she knew that nothing she could say or do would truly ease his suffering. "My child," she said, cradling the greatest warrior in the world as though he was still the infant she had once dipped in the river Styx. "I know your pain. I feel it in my own heart, for a mother's love connects her to her son's suffering as surely as blood flows through veins." But Achilles was beyond comfort, consumed by a grief that had already begun to transform into something far more dangerous. His sorrow was crystallizing into a rage so pure and terrible that it seemed to burn away everything human in him, leaving only the essence of divine wrath, clothed in mortal flesh. "Mother," he said, his voice carrying the cold finality of fate itself, "Patroclus is dead. My dearest friend, the man who was closer to me than a brother, has fallen wearing my armor while I sat idle in my tent, nursing wounded pride like a petulant child. His blood is on my hands, as surely as if I had driven the spear into his heart myself." Thetis understood immediately where her son's thoughts were leading, and her divine heart was filled with the terrible prescience that belongs to immortals who can see the threads of fate being woven. "My son," she said,
her voice heavy with foreknowledge of doom, "I know what you are thinking, and I beg you to reconsider. If you return to battle now, driven by grief and vengeance, you will indeed kill Hector, but your own death will follow swiftly after. This is the choice the fates offered you, a long life in obscurity or a short one crowned with glory. If you take up arms to avenge Patroclus, you choose the latter, and there will be no changing your mind afterward." Achilles looked at his mother with eyes that seemed to burn with their own inner fire. When he spoke, it was with the absolute conviction of a man who had finally discovered his true purpose.
"Then let me die," he said simply. "What is life without honor? What is existence without the bonds of friendship and love that make it meaningful? I failed Patroclus when he needed me most, allowed my anger at Agamemnon to blind me to my duties, to those who truly mattered. I will not fail him again. Hector will pay for what he has done, and if the price of that vengeance is my own life, then it is a price I gladly pay." There was something almost otherworldly about Achilles as he spoke these words, as though the decision to embrace his fate had burned away the last remnants of ordinary mortality. Thetis, looking at her son, saw not the child she had raised, but something approaching the divine, a hero who had chosen glory so completely that he had become its living embodiment. Understanding that nothing she could say would change his mind, Thetis made her own choice. If her son was determined to return to battle, she would ensure that he did so equipped as befitted the greatest warrior the world had ever known. "Very well," she said, rising from beside her grieving son. "If you will have vengeance, you shall have it in full measure. But you cannot return to battle wearing ordinary armor. Hector has stripped your bronze from Patroclus's body and now wears it as his trophy. You must have equipment worthy of your purpose." She departed for the realm of Hephaestus, the divine smith whose forges burned at the heart of volcanoes. There, in workshops that existed outside normal space and time, the lame god of craftsmen labored to create objects of such beauty and power that they seemed to partake of the divine nature itself. Thetis found Hephaestus at his forge, working gold and silver with tools that could reshape the very foundations of reality. When she explained her need,
the god nodded with the understanding of one artist appreciating another's masterpiece in the making. "For Achilles, son of Peleus," he said, his voice carrying the rhythm of hammer on anvil, "I will create armor such as no mortal has ever worn. It will be more than mere protection. It will be a statement of destiny, a work of art that tells the story of life itself." Working through the night with the focused intensity that belonged only to divine craftsmen, Hephaestus forged a suit of armor that would become legendary. The breastplate was wrought from bronze so fine it seemed to glow with its own light.
decorated with scenes of cosmic significance. The helmet was crowned with a plume of gold that moved like living flame. The greaves fitted Achilles' legs as though they had grown from his own flesh, but it was the shield that represented Hephaestus's true masterpiece. Upon its surface, the god depicted the entire world, cities at peace and cities at war, farmers working their fields under the benevolent sun, young people dancing at festivals, judges deliberating cases, warriors fighting and dying, ships crossing wine-dark seas, and at the rim, the great river ocean that encircled all lands. It was more than a piece of military equipment, it was a meditation on the nature of existence itself, a reminder that even in the midst of war and vengeance, life in all its complexity continued to flourish. The shield seemed to suggest that Achilles, in choosing death and glory, was becoming part of something larger than himself, a story that would outlast his individual mortality. When Thetis returned to her son bearing this divine armor, she found him still sitting beside Patroclus's body, keeping the vigil that honor demanded. But there was something different about him now, a stillness and focus that spoke of a man who had moved beyond grief into something more purposeful and terrible. "Arise, my son," Thetis said, laying the gleaming armor at his feet. "Dawn is breaking and vengeance awaits, but first you must eat and drink, for even heroes need mortal sustenance to fuel immortal deeds." Achilles shook his head. "Food is for the living, mother. I am already dead. I died when Patroclus fell. What walks and breathes now is something else, a weapon forged for a single purpose. I will neither eat nor drink until Hector's blood has been spilled and my friend's death has been avenged." It was a vow that chilled even Thetis, for she recognized in it the absoluteness of divine purpose married to human will. Her son had indeed become something more than mortal, a hero who had transcended the normal limitations of flesh and spirit through the purity of his commitment to vengeance. As Achilles armed himself in the divine bronze, word spread through the Greek camp that the greatest of their warriors was preparing to return to battle. Soldiers who had despaired of victory suddenly found their hearts lifting with hope, while officers began planning the assault that would surely follow once Achilles led them back into battle. But before he could face Hector in the single combat that both men knew was inevitable, Achilles had to deal with the political crisis his withdrawal had created. Agamemnon, understanding that the hero's return offered the only hope of salvaging the expedition, swallowed what remained of his pride and offered a public apology that acknowledged his error and sought to heal the breach between them. The reconciliation conducted before the assembled army was more political theatre than genuine forgiveness. Both men understood that their personal antipathy was less important than the success of their common cause. Agamemnon returned Briseis along with magnificent gifts, while Achilles accepted the compensation with the gracious indifference of a man whose thoughts were focused on matters of greater consequence. "My lord Agamemnon," Achilles said, his voice carrying across the assembled thousands, "our quarrel is ended, not because wrongs have been forgiven, but because they have been rendered insignificant by greater tragedies. Let us speak no more of past grievances and turn our attention to present necessities. The Trojans have grown bold in my absence. Let us remind them why they once trembled at the mention of Greek names." With the political crisis resolved, Achilles led the reunified Greek forces back into battle with a ferocity that shocked even those who had fought beside him for 9 years. This was not the controlled violence of a professional soldier, but something more elemental and terrible, the wrath of a demigod focused on a single, all-consuming purpose. He cut through the Trojan ranks like fire through dry grass, killing not just enemy soldiers but their horses, their chariots, anything that moved in his path. His bronze spear seemed to find its mark with supernatural accuracy, while his sword cleaved through armor and flesh as though they were no more substantial than morning mist. The psychological impact of his return was as devastating as his physical prowess. Trojans who had grown confident during his absence suddenly found themselves facing the living embodiment of their worst nightmares. Some fled at the mere sight of him, while others seemed paralyzed by terror, unable to lift their weapons in their own defense. Even the river Scamander, swollen with the blood of Achilles' victims, rose up to protest the carnage. The river god himself appeared to the hero, pleading with him to take his slaughter elsewhere before the waters became so choked with corpses that they could no longer flow. But Achilles was beyond such considerations, driven by a grief and rage that recognized no limits. When the river god attempted to stop him by force, sending a flood to sweep him away, Achilles fought even the forces of nature themselves, aided by Hera and Hephaestus, who sent divine fire to drive back the supernatural waters. It was a battle that transcended the merely human, a conflict between a mortal hero who had chosen to burn himself out in one glorious conflagration and the immortal forces that sought to maintain some semblance of cosmic balance. That Achilles emerged victorious from this struggle with divinity itself demonstrated just how completely he had transformed from man into something approaching myth. The Trojans, meanwhile, retreated behind their walls in growing desperation. Hector alone among their leaders understood that the returned Achilles represented an existential threat to their cause. This was not the conflicted hero who had withdrawn in anger, but something far more dangerous, a man who had nothing left to lose and everything to avenge. "My friends," Hector said to the assembled Trojan leadership, his voice steady despite the magnitude of the crisis they faced, "we are looking at the end of everything unless we can find a way to stop Achilles. He has moved beyond the realm of ordinary warriors into something approaching divine wrath. Our only hope lies in meeting him in single combat and praying that skill and righteousness can overcome supernatural fury." It was a forlorn hope, and everyone present knew it. Hector was indeed a great warrior, perhaps the finest of his generation, but Achilles had always been his superior in single combat, even before grief and divine armor had elevated him to his current level of terrifying effectiveness. But Hector was not just a warrior, he was a prince with responsibilities that transcended personal survival. Troy needed a hero willing to face impossible odds, and he was the only man capable of fulfilling that role. The knowledge that he was almost certainly riding out to his death did not deter him. If anything, it seemed to strengthen his resolve. The next morning, as dawn painted the walls of Troy in shades of gold and crimson, Hector armed himself with the same methodical care he had shown every day for 9 years of war. He kissed his wife Andromache and his infant son Astyanax, spoke briefly with his parents, and walked out through the Scaean gates to face his destiny. Behind him, the entire population of Troy crowded the walls to witness what they all understood would be the decisive moment of the war. Before him, across the plain that had become a graveyard for heroes, Achilles waited with the terrible patience of fate itself. The greatest duel in the history of warfare was about to begin. Dawn broke over the plain of Troy with the peculiar clarity that seems to accompany moments of supreme historical significance. The air was still, unmarked by any breath of wind, as though the very elements were holding their breath in anticipation of what was to come. On the walls of the great city, thousands of faces looked down at the arena where destiny would unfold, while from the Greek camp, an equal multitude had gathered to witness the combat that would determine the fate of their 10-year siege. Hector stood before the Scaean gates, alone as befitted a hero facing his ultimate test. He had spent the pre-dawn hours in the temple of Apollo, making offerings and seeking whatever divine favor might be granted to a man about to face impossible odds. Now, armed in bronze that had been blessed by priests and polished to a mirror finish by faithful servants, he waited with the composure of one who had accepted his fate completely. The armor he wore had its own story, its own weight of significance. The breastplate had belonged to his grandfather, the helmet to his father in his younger days. The spear in his hand had been forged by the finest smiths in Troy, while the sword at his side had been given to him by Ajax during an earlier exchange of gifts, a reminder that even enemies could honor each other in the brief interludes between battles. But it was not his equipment that made Hector formidable. It was the absoluteness of his commitment to duty. He fought not for personal glory or divine favor, but for something simpler and more powerful, love of home and family. Behind those walls lived his wife Andromache, his infant son Astyanax, his parents Priam and Hecuba, and thousands of ordinary people whose lives depended on his willingness to stand between them and destruction. Across the plain, Achilles approached with the measured pace of one who has moved beyond urgency into the realm of inevitability. The divine armor crafted by Hephaestus seemed to capture and reflect the morning light, making him appear less like a man than like some bronze statue, given life and purpose. His spear, ash-hafted and bronze-pointed, moved with the rhythm of his stride, while the great shield on his left arm bore the weight of all existence depicted in precious metals, but it was his eyes that truly marked him as something beyond mortal ken. They burned with a cold fire that seemed to look through the present moment into the depths of eternity itself. This was not the Achilles who had quarreled with Agamemnon over prizes and precedents. This was wrath incarnate, grief transformed into an instrument of divine vengeance. The two heroes approached each other across ground that had been watered with the blood of thousands, past the graves of friends and enemies alike who had fallen during 9 years of bitter warfare. Each step brought them closer to a confrontation that had been inevitable from the moment Paris first set foot in Sparta, from the moment Helen first looked into his eyes and saw her destiny reflected there. When they were separated by no more than the cast of a spear, both men stopped. The silence that fell across the plain was absolute. Even the birds seemed to have ceased their singing, as though all of nature understood the significance of this moment. It was Hector who spoke first, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. audible to the watchers on both the city walls and the Greek fortifications. "Achilles, son of Peleus," he said, using the formal address appropriate to single combat between heroes, "we meet at last without armies between us, with nothing but our own skills and the favor of the gods to determine the outcome. I will not flee from you today, as I have done before when wisdom counseled retreat, nor will I pursue you if fortune favors you in our combat. But let us make an agreement before we begin. Whichever of us falls, let his body be returned to his people for proper burial. War should not extend its hatred beyond death itself." It was a reasonable request, the kind of civilized arrangement that warriors of honor had made for generations. To deny proper burial to a fallen enemy was considered a violation of divine law, an act that offended gods and men alike. Hector was simply asking for the assurance that regardless of who died, both would be treated with the dignity that befitted heroes. Achilles' response revealed the depth of his transformation from hero to something more elemental and terrible. "Hector," he said, his voice carrying the finality of winter, "you killed Patroclus while he wore my armor, thinking you were striking at me. You stripped that armor from his body and now wear it as though it were your own. Do not speak to me of civilized arrangements and proper treatment of the dead. When lions hunt deer, they do not pause to negotiate terms. When fire consumes a forest, it does not spare the tender saplings out of mercy." The rejection of Hector's reasonable proposal sent a chill through all who heard it. This was not the kind of response expected from a Greek hero, who was supposed to honor the customs and courtesies that separated civilized warriors from mere killers. But Achilles had moved beyond such considerations, transformed by grief into something that recognized only the demands of vengeance. "So be it," Hector replied, though his voice carried notes of both sadness and determination. "If you will show no mercy to the dead, then we fight not as heroes, but as beasts. But know this,
son of Peleus, I do not fear death, for I have lived honorably and fought for causes greater than myself. Can you say the same?" The challenge implicit in the question, that Achilles' obsession with personal vengeance had diminished rather than elevated him, struck home with unexpected force. For just a moment, something human flickered in those terrible eyes, as though the hero remembered what he had once been before grief and rage consumed him. But the moment passed and Achilles raised his spear with the fluid motion of a man born for war. "Enough words," he said.
"Let us discover what the fates have written for us both." The combat began not with the crash of bronze on bronze, but with a deadly dance of feint and counterfeint as both warriors sought to identify weaknesses in their opponent's defense. These were not mere soldiers hacking at each other with brute force, but masters of their craft engaged in a deadly art that demanded perfect timing, flawless technique, and the kind of physical conditioning that bordered on the superhuman. Hector struck first, his spear shooting out like a bronze-tipped viper toward Achilles' chest. But the point that should have found its mark instead skittered harmlessly off the divine armor, deflected by craftsmanship that transcended mortal skill. The failure of what should have been a killing blow sent a murmur of dismay through the watchers on Troy's walls. Achilles' response was immediate and devastating. His own spear, guided by skills honed through years of warfare and driven by strength that seemed to partake of divine power, struck Hector's shield with such force that the bronze rang like a temple bell. Only Hector's incredible reflexes and perfect balance kept him upright under the impact. The pattern continued as both men probed for openings, testing their opponent's defenses while seeking the single moment of opportunity that would decide the combat. Hector fought with the technical perfection of a master warrior, his every move economical and precise, wasting no energy on flashy displays but focusing entirely on the deadly business at hand. But Achilles fought like a force of nature given human form. His attacks seemed to come from impossible angles, his defensive movements flowed like water around obstacles, and his strength appeared limitless. The divine armor that protected him allowed him to take risks that no mortal warrior could afford, while the rage that drove him seemed to enhance his already supernatural abilities. As the combat continued, it became clear to the watching thousands that they were witnessing something unprecedented in the annals of warfare. This was not merely a duel between two skilled fighters, but a clash between different orders of being, the greatest of mortal heroes facing something that had transcended mortality through the purity of its commitment to vengeance. The end, when it came, was as sudden as lightning splitting a clear sky. Hector, pressing forward in what he hoped would be a decisive attack, found himself slightly overextended as his spear thrust missed its mark by the narrowest of margins. In that instant of vulnerability, Achilles struck with all the accumulated force of his grief and rage, driving his bronze point through the one gap in Hector's defenses that divine craft had not protected, the throat just above the collar of his breastplate. The great prince of Troy fell like a tower toppling, his life flowing out onto ground that had already drunk the blood of so many heroes. But even as death claimed him,
he found strength for final words that would haunt his killer for the brief remainder of his own life. "Achilles," he whispered, his voice carrying despite the blood that filled his throat, "you have won this day, but victory will not heal the wound in your heart. Patroclus is still dead, and killing me will not bring him back. All you have accomplished is to ensure that your own death follows swiftly after mine. Paris waits in the shadows with Apollo's bow, and soon you too will know what it means to die far from home." They were prophetic words, spoken with the clarity that sometimes comes to dying men. But if Achilles heard them,
if he understood their significance, he gave no sign. Instead, he stood over Hector's fallen body with an expression that mixed triumph and emptiness, as though he had expected vengeance to fill the hollow space in his heart, and found instead that nothing had changed. What happened next would forever stain Achilles' reputation and demonstrate how completely grief had corrupted his heroic nature. Rather than honoring Hector's body as befitted a fallen enemy of noble character, he tied the corpse by its ankles to his chariot and dragged it 3 times around the walls of Troy, while the city's population watched in horror. It was an act of desecration that violated every principle of civilized warfare, a brutality that shocked even the Greeks who had cheered his victory. The sight of their greatest champion being dragged through the dust while his wife and parents wept on the walls above was a trauma that would scar the collective memory of Troy for generations. Yet even this was not enough to satisfy Achilles' need for vengeance. Day after day, he continued the desecration, dragging Hector's body around Patroclus's tomb while raging at the injustice of death and the inadequacy of any possible revenge. It was as though he hoped that sufficient brutality might somehow undo the past, might restore his friend to life through the sheer force of his fury. But the gods, who had tolerated much from their favorite heroes, would not permit such sacrilege to continue indefinitely. Apollo, protector of Troy and guardian of proper burial customs, preserved Hector's body from decay, while pleading with Zeus to intervene. Even Hera, who had supported the Greek cause throughout the war, was troubled by Achilles' behavior. Finally, Zeus himself commanded that the desecration must end. Through various divine messengers, Both Achilles and King Priam were informed that the time had come for ransom and burial, for the restoration of civilized behavior even in the midst of barbarous war. The meeting between Achilles and Priam, when it finally occurred, would become one of the most poignant scenes in all of literature. The aged king of Troy, accompanied only by a herald and protected by divine safe passage, made his way through the night to the Greek camp and entered the tent where his son's killer brooded over his incomplete vengeance. What passed between them in that tent, the grief-stricken father pleading for his son's body, and the rage-consumed hero slowly remembering his own humanity, was a reminder that even in the midst of legendary warfare, the most powerful moments were often the most intimate and personal. In the end, Achilles granted Priam's request not out of magnanimity, but out of a recognition that they were both prisoners of the same inexorable fate. The young would die before the old, heroes would fall in their prime, and fathers would outlive their children in defiance of natural order. In Priam's tears for Hector,
Achilles saw his own father's future grief for a son who would never return home. The ransom paid, the body returned, and the temporary truce declared for Hector's funeral, both men understood that they had reached a moment of resolution that was also a preparation for endings. Hector was dead, but his death had not healed the wound in Achilles' heart. Instead, it had revealed the futility of vengeance and the impossibility of undoing what fate had already written. As Priam departed with his son's body, and Achilles prepared to return to a war that no longer held any meaning for him,
both understood that the greatest duel in history had settled nothing except the question of which hero would die first. The rest, Troy's fall, Achilles' death, the long wanderings that would follow, remained to be written in letters of fire and blood. But for one brief moment, in a tent outside the walls of Troy, a father's love for his dead son had rekindled a hero's lost humanity, and that perhaps was victory enough. After Hector's death and burial, the war settled into its final phase with the inevitability of autumn giving way to winter. The great defender of Troy was gone, and with him died much of the city's hope for ultimate victory. Yet the walls still stood, the people still endured, and King Priam still ruled with the dignity that had marked his long reign. The siege continued, but now it had taken on the character of a death watch, with both sides understanding that they were merely playing out the final scenes of a tragedy whose end had already been written by the fates. Achilles fought with the same terrible efficiency that had marked his return to battle, but those who observed him closely could see that something essential had been extinguished when he killed Hector. The pure flame of his rage had burned itself out, leaving behind only ash and the mechanical execution of duty. He was still the greatest warrior in the world, but he was no longer entirely human, and perhaps no longer entirely alive in any meaningful sense. The end, when it came for Achilles, arrived not in the form of single combat with another great hero, but through a combination of divine intervention and mortal cunning that would have been unthinkable in the war's earlier, more heroic phases. Paris, who had started the entire conflict through his seduction of Helen, finally found a way to contribute meaningfully to Troy's defense. Guided by Apollo, who had never forgiven Achilles for his desecration of Hector's body, Paris positioned himself on the walls of Troy with a bow of exceptional craftsmanship and arrows that had been blessed by the god of archery. When Achilles approached the Scaean gates in another assault on the city's defences, Paris drew his bow with hands that were steadied by divine power and released an arrow that flew with supernatural accuracy toward its target. The arrow struck Achilles in the heel, the one part of his body that his mother's protective magic had not reached when she dipped him in the river Styx. It was a small wound, hardly noticeable among the many scars that marked the hero's body, but it had been touched by divine poison, and death spread from it with the inexorable power of fate itself. Achilles fell not with the dramatic pronouncements that had marked Hector's death, but quietly, almost anticlimactically, like a great tree finally succumbing to a disease that had been eating at its roots. His last words, according to those who heard them, were not about glory or vengeance, but a simple expression of regret. "I should have listened to my mother." The impact of Achilles' death on Greek morale was devastating, but not entirely unexpected. The hero had been living on borrowed time since he chose vengeance over a long life, and everyone who knew him understood that his death was the inevitable price of his return to battle. What surprised many was how quickly the army adapted to his absence, closing ranks and continuing the siege with the grim determination of men who had invested too much to turn back now. The battle for Achilles' body became one of the fiercest engagements of the entire war, as both Greeks and Trojans understood the symbolic importance of controlling the fallen hero's remains. Ajax and Odysseus led the Greeks in a desperate fighting retreat, carrying their dead champion while holding off Trojan forces that pressed forward with renewed hope and energy. The funeral of Achilles was conducted with all the ceremony appropriate to the greatest warrior of the age, but it was also overshadowed by a dispute that revealed the continuing tensions within the Greek alliance. The dead hero's magnificent armor, forged by Hephaestus himself, became the prize in a contest between Ajax and Odysseus, both of whom claimed it as recognition of their contributions to the war effort. The contest was decided not by combat but by speeches delivered before the assembled army, and Odysseus's superior eloquence won him the prize despite Ajax's superior courage and loyalty. The decision devastated Ajax, who had expected his years of faithful service to be rewarded with the recognition he deserved. Unable to bear what he perceived as a betrayal by men he had served faithfully, Ajax took his own life in a fit of madness and despair. The deaths of both Achilles and Ajax within weeks of each other represented a catastrophic blow to Greek leadership and morale. The two greatest heroes of the army were gone, and those who remained, Odysseus, Diomedes, Nestor, were either aging veterans or clever tacticians rather than the kind of inspirational warriors who could single-handedly turn the tide of battle. Yet it was precisely this crisis that forced the Greeks to evolve beyond their dependence on individual heroism and develop the kind of strategic thinking that would ultimately win the war. With Achilles dead and no replacement available, they were compelled to find victory through cunning rather than through force. The solution came from an unexpected source: divine prophecy filtered through human intelligence. Calchas the seer, consulting various forms of divination, reported that Troy could not be taken by direct assault so long as certain conditions remained in place. The city possessed protective talismans, the Palladium, a sacred image of Athena, and the bow of Heracles, that rendered its walls impregnable to conventional attack. Moreover, the prophecies indicated that the war could not end until the son of Achilles joined the Greek forces and proved himself worthy of his father's legacy. These seemed like impossible conditions until Odysseus applied his considerable intelligence to the problems they represented. The first challenge was addressed through a daring night raid on Troy itself. Odysseus and Diomedes infiltrated the city through a combination of stealth, local knowledge provided by sympathetic Trojans, and sheer audacity. They located and stole the Palladium, thereby removing one of the city's divine protections. The second condition was met by retrieving Neoptolemus, Achilles' son, from the island where he had been living in peaceful obscurity. The young man, barely out of adolescence but already showing signs of his father's extraordinary abilities, was brought to Troy and equipped with Achilles' weapons. His first engagement with Trojan forces demonstrated that he had indeed inherited more than just his father's equipment. The third requirement proved more complex. Philoctetes, the master archer who possessed Heracles' bow, had been abandoned on the island of Lemnos years earlier when a snakebite wound had become infected and malodorous. Retrieving him required not just locating the abandoned hero, but convincing him to rejoin the war effort despite his justified resentment at his earlier treatment. Odysseus, accompanied by Neoptolemus, sailed to Lemnos and found Philoctetes living like a hermit, his wound never properly healed, his bitterness toward the Greeks undiminished. The negotiation that followed revealed Odysseus at his most manipulative and persuasive, using a combination of appeals to patriotism, promises of medical treatment, and subtle threats to convince the archer to return. With these conditions fulfilled, the Greeks prepared for what they hoped would be their final assault on Troy. But 10 years of siege warfare had taught them that direct attacks on the city's walls were futile, and even with their new advantages, conventional tactics seemed unlikely to succeed. It was at this point that Odysseus proposed the strategy that would become the most famous deception in military history: the construction of a massive wooden horse that would be left as an apparent offering to the gods while the Greek army pretended to sail away in defeat. The plan was audacious in its simplicity and its psychological sophistication. After 10 years of siege, the Trojans were desperate for the war to end and eager to believe that their enemies had finally given up. A wooden horse left on the beach, apparently as a votive offering to ensure safe passage home, would seem like a reasonable conclusion to a failed expedition. What the Trojans would not realize until too late was that the horse was hollow, containing a carefully selected force of Greek warriors who would emerge once it had been brought inside the city walls. These men would then open the gates for the main Greek army, which would have returned under cover of darkness. The construction of the horse required not just engineering skill, but also artistic craftsmanship that would make it convincing as a religious offering. Epius, the finest carpenter in the Greek army, supervised its building with the attention to detail that would have been devoted to a temple. When completed, it stood nearly as tall as Troy's walls, magnificent in its apparent simplicity. But the plan's success depended on more than just clever engineering. It required a volunteer to remain behind and convince the Trojans that the horse was genuine, someone willing to face almost certain death if the deception were discovered. Sinon, a minor Greek warrior, known more for his acting ability than his martial prowess, accepted this dangerous role. When the Trojans emerged from their city the morning after the Greek fleet had apparently departed, they found Sinon bound and bloodied near the horse, apparently a deserter who had been left behind as a sacrifice. His performance was flawless. He claimed that the horse was indeed an offering to Athena, built to appease the goddess for the theft of the Palladium, and sized to be too large to fit through Troy's gates so that the Trojans could not claim its protective power for themselves. The debate among the Trojans about whether to accept the horse or destroy it revealed the deep divisions that 10 years of siege had created within the city. Some, led by the priest Laocoon, argued that any gift from the Greeks should be viewed with the deepest suspicion. His famous warning, "Beware of Greeks bearing gifts," proved prophetic, though he was silenced when sea serpents emerged from the ocean to kill him and his sons, an intervention by Poseidon that seemed to validate the horse's sacred nature. Others, including many ordinary citizens exhausted by years of war, saw the horse as a sign that the gods had finally granted them victory. Helen herself, according to some accounts, was suspicious of the offering, but was overruled by those who desperately wanted to believe that their ordeal was over. In the end, the decision to bring the horse into the city was made not by rational calculation, but by war, weariness, and hope. The massive gates were opened, sections of the wall were dismantled, and the wooden horse was dragged through Troy's streets to the accompaniment of celebration and religious ceremony. That night, as the city celebrated what they believed was the end of the war, the hidden Greeks emerged from their wooden concealment. Moving silently through Troy's darkened streets, they overwhelmed the guards at the main gates and opened them to admit the main Greek force, which had indeed returned under cover of darkness. What followed was not a battle, but a massacre. The Greeks, frustrated by 10 years of unsuccessful siege warfare and enraged by the deaths of their heroes, showed little mercy to the civilian population. Buildings were burned, treasures looted, and the surviving inhabitants enslaved or killed according to the whims of individual soldiers. King Priam died at the altar of Zeus, struck down by Neoptolemus in an act of sacrilege that shocked even hardened warriors. Hecuba, the aged queen, was taken as a slave, while Andromache, Hector's widow, was awarded to Neoptolemus as part of his share of the spoils. Most tragically, little Astyanax, Hector's infant son, was hurled from the walls of the city to prevent him from growing up to avenge his father, a cold calculation that demonstrated how completely the war had brutalized its participants. Helen, the woman whose face had launched 1,000 ships and whose departure from Sparta had started the entire conflict, was found in Paris's chambers and reclaimed by Menelaus. Different versions of their reunion exist in the myths, some claiming that Menelaus intended to kill her for her faithlessness, but was overcome by her beauty when she appeared before him. Others suggesting that their reconciliation was more prosaic, a political necessity that both parties accepted with resignation rather than passion. The sack of Troy was thorough and devastating. The city that had stood as a beacon of civilization and prosperity for centuries was reduced to smoking ruins in a single night. Its treasures were loaded onto Greek ships, its population was killed or enslaved, and its very name became synonymous with the wages of pride and the fragility of human achievement. But victory, when it finally came, proved to be far more complicated than the Greeks had anticipated. They had achieved their stated objective. Helen was returned to her husband, Troy was destroyed, and the insult to Greek honor was avenged. Yet the cost of this victory would echo through their lives and their kingdoms for generations to come. The Greeks had won their war, but winning and prospering are not the same thing. As the flames of Troy died down and the smoke cleared from what had once been one of the world's great cities, the victorious allies discovered that triumph carried its own burden of consequences, some immediate and obvious, others subtle and slow-acting like poison in the blood. The division of spoils, which should have been a celebration of shared victory, instead became a source of new conflicts and resentments. 10 years of warfare had changed the relative power and status of the various Greek kingdoms, and the allocation of Troy's treasure reflected these new realities in ways that many found difficult to accept. Agamemnon, as supreme commander, claimed the largest share, but his authority had been so damaged by the war's events that many questioned whether his leadership entitled him to such rewards. More troubling were the moral compromises that victory had required: the massacre of Troy's civilian population, the enslavement of its women and children, the desecration of its temples. These were not the actions of the noble heroes who had set out from Aulis a decade earlier. War had brutalized its participants, stripping away the veneer of civilization to reveal something more primitive and cruel beneath. The gods, who had been active participants in the conflict, were not pleased with how it had concluded. The sacrilege committed during Troy's sack, particularly the rape of Cassandra in Athena's temple by Ajax the Lesser, had offended divine sensibilities and demanded retribution. As the Greek fleet prepared to depart for home, carrying their spoils and their slaves, the immortals were already planning their revenge. Athena, whose temple had been defiled, persuaded Poseidon to join her in punishing the Greeks. The god of earthquakes and storms sent violent weather that scattered the homeward-bound fleet across the Mediterranean, wrecking ships on unknown shores and drowning heroes who had survived 10 years of warfare only to perish within sight of victory. The fate of Ajax the Lesser became an object lesson in divine justice. His ship was wrecked on the rocky coast of Euboea, but his great strength allowed him to swim to safety. Standing on the rocks, he boasted that he had escaped death despite the god's anger, and Poseidon immediately split the stone beneath his feet, sending the blasphemous hero to a watery grave. But it was not only the gods who sought vengeance against the returning Greeks. 10 years of absence had created opportunities for ambitious rivals and enemies, and many of the victorious kings found that their kingdoms had changed dramatically in their absence. Wives had taken lovers, sons had grown into potential rivals, and subject peoples had grown restive under the rule of regents. The most dramatic of these homecoming disasters befell Agamemnon himself. Returning to Mycenae in triumph, bearing the spoils of victory and the Trojan prophetess Cassandra as his concubine, he walked directly into a trap that had been years in the making. His wife, Clytemnestra, who had never forgiven him for sacrificing their daughter Iphigenia to obtain favorable winds for Troy, had spent the war years planning her revenge with meticulous care. Allied with Aegisthus, her lover, and Agamemnon's cousin, Clytemnestra welcomed her husband home with all appropriate ceremony. A feast was prepared, guests were invited, and the king was encouraged to bathe and refresh himself after his long journey. But the bath became a trap, and the welcome became an execution. Agamemnon was struck down while defenseless, killed by the wife who had once loved him and the cousin who had coveted his throne. Cassandra, the prophetic daughter of Priam who had been awarded to Agamemnon as a prize of war, foresaw the murder but was helpless to prevent it or to save herself. Her curse, to always prophesy truly but never to be believed, meant that her warnings were dismissed as the ravings of a traumatized captive. She died alongside her captor, victim of a vengeance that was both personal and political. The murder of Agamemnon sent shockwaves through the Greek world and demonstrated that the Trojan War's consequences extended far beyond the smoking ruins of the city they had destroyed. Victory had not brought peace, but had instead created new conflicts, new grievances, new cycles of revenge that would plague the survivors for years to come. Other homecomings were less dramatic, but equally troubled. Diomedes returned to Argos to find that his wife had been unfaithful and his kingdom undermined by political rivals. Rather than fight a civil war to reclaim his throne, he chose exile, eventually founding new cities in Italy where he could start fresh without the burden of his past. Idomeneus of Crete faced a different kind of disaster. During his voyage home, his ship was caught in a terrible storm, and the desperate king vowed to sacrifice the first living thing he encountered on Cretan soil if the gods would spare his life. The first person he met upon landing was his own son come to welcome him home. Bound by his vow but horrified by its implications, Idomeneus attempted to fulfill his oath, but the resulting scandal drove him from his kingdom in disgrace. Even those who managed successful returns found that victory's price continued to compound. Nestor reached Pylos safely, and resumed his rule, but he was now an old man who had outlived most of his contemporaries. The world he returned to was one in which his experience and wisdom were less valued than they had been, where younger men with different ideas about leadership and governance were eager to assert themselves. But no homecoming was more complicated or more famous than that of Odysseus, whose 10-year journey from Troy to Ithaca would become the subject of its own epic cycle. His wanderings, encounters with monsters and witches, visits to the underworld, temptations that tested his resolve, represented in mythic form the difficulty that all the war's survivors faced in readjusting to a world that had moved on without them. When Odysseus finally reached Ithaca, he found his palace overrun with suitors competing for his wife's hand and consuming his wealth, his son grown to manhood and struggling to maintain the family's honor, and his own identity as king challenged by those who assumed he was dead. His violent reclamation of his throne, the slaughter of the suitors and the restoration of his authority was perhaps inevitable, but it also demonstrated how completely the war had changed its participants. The Odysseus who returned to Ithaca was not the same man who had reluctantly left it 2 decades earlier. He was harder, more cunning, more willing to use deception and violence to achieve his goals. The war had taught him that survival often required moral compromise, that cleverness was more valuable than honor, and that the world was a dangerous place where only the strong and the clever prospered. Yet for all its darkness, Odysseus's story also contained elements of genuine homecoming and reconciliation. His reunion with Penelope, his recognition by his old nurse and faithful servant, his gradual reintegration into a kingdom that had preserved his memory, these moments suggested that it was possible, with effort and wisdom, to rebuild what war had torn apart. The broader Greek world, meanwhile, was struggling with the aftermath of its great victory in ways that would reshape the entire civilization. The generation that had fought at Troy was aging or dead, and their sons were inheriting kingdoms that had been fundamentally altered by 2 decades of warfare and absence. Traditional alliances had been strained or broken, old certainties had been questioned, and new ideas about power and governance were emerging. The war had also accelerated certain technological and social changes that might otherwise have taken generations to develop. The need to maintain large armies far from home had improved Greek understanding of logistics and administration. Contact with different cultures during the siege and the subsequent wanderings had exposed Greek warriors to new ideas about art, religion, and politics. The massive movement of people as refugees, slaves, and colonists had mixed populations in ways that created new forms of cultural synthesis. Most significantly, the war had demonstrated both the power and the limitations of the heroic ideal that had dominated Greek culture for centuries. Heroes like Achilles and Hector had achieved immortal fame through their prowess in battle, but they had also revealed the destructive potential of unchecked pride and the ultimate futility of seeking to solve all problems through violence. The stories that emerged from the war, the epics of Homer, the tragedies of the great playwrights, the historical accounts of later scholars, reflected this ambivalence about the heroic achievement. They celebrated the courage and skill of the war's participants while also examining the costs of their choices and the consequences of their actions. In this way, the Trojan War became more than just a historical event or even a mythical narrative. It became a cultural touchstone, a way for subsequent generations to explore questions about honor and duty, love and loyalty, the individual and the state. The war's stories provided a framework for examining the tensions between personal desire and social obligation, between the pursuit of glory and the maintenance of civilization. The Greeks who survived the war and its aftermath had won their victory, but they had also learned that victory alone was not enough to ensure happiness or prosperity. They had discovered that some problems could not be solved by force, that some wounds could not be healed by revenge, and that some prices were too high to pay regardless of what they purchased. These lessons, encoded in the stories they told about their great war, would influence Greek thought and culture for centuries to come. The Trojan War had ended, but its real impact was just beginning to be felt as its survivors and their descendants struggled to understand what it all had meant and what it suggested about the nature of human ambition, divine justice, and the price of glory. In the end, perhaps the war's greatest legacy was not the destruction of Troy or the vindication of Greek honor, but the questions it raised about whether such achievements were worth their cost, questions that would continue to resonate as long as human beings struggled with the competing demands of passion and reason, individual desire and collective responsibility, the pursuit of immortal fame and the maintenance of mortal happiness. The war was over, but its story was just beginning. Epilogue echoes across time. Years passed, then decades, then centuries, and still the story of the Trojan War refused to fade from memory. Long after the last veteran had died and the ruins of Troy had been covered by grass and wildflowers, the tale continued to be told around hearth fires and in royal halls, each telling adding new details while preserving the essential truth about what had happened when gods walked among mortals and heroes cast shadows longer than their bodies. And the bards who first sang these stories understood something that perhaps even the participants had not fully grasped, that the war's true significance lay not in its immediate political or military consequences, but in what it revealed about the eternal struggles of human nature. In Achilles they saw the terrible beauty of a life lived without compromise, the glory and tragedy of choosing immortal fame over mortal happiness. In Hector they found the nobility of duty embraced without reservation, the strength that comes from fighting not for personal glory, but for love of home and family. Helen became more than just the most beautiful woman in the world. She became a symbol of desire so powerful that it could reshape reality, of choices so consequential that they echoed through generations. Her story asked uncomfortable questions about agency and responsibility, about whether we are masters of our fate or prisoners of forces beyond our control. Paris embodied the romantic ideal and its limitations, showing how passion could inspire great deeds while also leading to great destruction. His choice of love over wisdom or power resonated with audiences who understood the appeal of following one's heart even when reason counseled otherwise. And Odysseus, the man of many wiles, became the archetype of intelligence applied to survival, of adaptability in the face of impossible circumstances. His long journey home represented every person's struggle to find their place in a world that had moved on without them. But perhaps most importantly, the war itself became a meditation on the costs of achieving great things. The Greeks had won their victory, had vindicated their honor, and reclaimed their queen. Yet the price they paid, in lives lost, in moral compromise, in the destruction of something beautiful and ancient, raised questions about whether any triumph was worth such sacrifice. These questions became more urgent as the world changed around the storytellers. The Bronze Age gave way to the Iron Age, the Age of Heroes gave way to the Age of City-States, and the certainties of the mythic past gave way to the complexities of historical reality. Yet still the stories persisted because they spoke to something fundamental about human experience that transcended any particular time or place. The war had begun with a wedding and an apple, with divine vanity and mortal judgment. It had escalated through misunderstanding and pride, through the inexorable logic of honor and vengeance. It had reached its climax in moments of sublime heroism and devastating loss, in the deaths of the greatest warriors of the age and the fall of one of the world's most magnificent cities. And it had ended not with triumph or tragedy alone, but with something more complex and ambiguous, a victory that felt like defeat, a homecoming that felt like exile, an achievement that raised more questions than it answered. In the generations that followed, as Greece rose to new heights of power and culture, the memory of Troy served as both inspiration and warning. It reminded the Greeks of their capacity for greatness, while also cautioning them about the dangers of hubris and the costs of conflict. It celebrated the heroic ideal while also examining its limitations and consequences. The stories evolved with each telling, but their essential truth remained constant, that human beings are capable of both magnificent achievement and terrible destruction, often simultaneously, that the pursuit of glory and honor can lead to both immortal fame and mortal suffering, and that the choices we make in pursuit of our deepest desires shape not only our own lives but the lives of countless others across generations. This is why the story of Troy refuses to die, why it continues to be retold and reimagined in every age and culture that encounters it. It is not just a tale of ancient heroes and forgotten kingdoms, but a mirror in which we can see reflected our own struggles with love and duty, passion and reason, the individual will and the demands of society. The war that began with an apple thrown into a wedding feast had become something far larger than its participants could have imagined, not just a historical event, but a cultural myth that would echo through the ages, asking each generation to consider what they were willing to sacrifice for what they desired, and whether any prize was worth the price that victory demanded. In the end, perhaps that was the true meaning of the Trojan War, not the destruction of a city or the vindication of honor, but the creation of a story profound enough to contain all the complexity and contradiction of human experience, all the beauty and terror of a species capable of both creating and destroying wonders. The walls of Troy had fallen, but the story they contained had become immortal. And in that immortality, perhaps, lay the only victory that truly mattered. Here ends our tale, dear listener. The ships have sailed home, the heroes have met their fates, and the great city has fallen to ruins. But somewhere, in the space between sleeping and waking, the story continues, as it always has, as it always will, for as long as human hearts beat with the desire for love, glory, and understanding of what it means to be mortal in an immortal universe. Rest well, and may your dreams be filled not with the clash of bronze, but with the quiet wisdom that comes from stories well told and deeply considered. The war is over, but its echoes will sing you gently into sleep.